whereafter its There we go. And hello to the stream. Sam is pegging her way up the stairs. Mark, thanks for joining us. T-Roy, I saw you sneaking in there a little bit earlier. Who else have we got in the chat? We have Marie. Hello, Marie. Marie's still up. Marie's in Germany, Eric, so you can imagine what time it is for her.
Yeah. Got it.
This is far too late. She's normally awake at 5 in the morning. I mean, she's one of those really weird, like, farmer type people that have to wake up when at the same time as the goats wake up.
Yeah, I mean, we always play on my morning shift, so every time I'm always awake by 2:30
in the morning.
Yeah.
Nutcase.
Yeah. No, well, it's not my choice.
I'm happy. Well, does your morning shifts alternate each week?
Yeah. So I've got next week. I'll be on evening weeks.
Would it help if we did a session next week then, and then flip the fortnight schedule? Would that work for you, Brian?
Well, if we change the night, yes.
Oh, okay, right.
I work every other weekend, so weekends, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, it's not a problem. It works for me. I mean, it helps me switch my sleeping schedule anyway, so.
You've just got to get that nap in. That nap is mission critical. Yes.
Yes, very much so.
Okay, guys, thank you very much for joining. Let's see what's what. A couple of you weirdos subscribed to me when I was streaming last, and, you know, haven't really been on for much since.
Just a couple of us.
Alternating weeks would help me not have the kids. Okay. Sam is dressed. Yes, Marie, we decided to do a bit of a 007 cosplay today, just for the excuse of dressing up. I'm in full Casino Royale mode, as you can see from the screen. I'm not really a fan of Walthers. I'm a bit basic. I prefer a Glock 19, so that's what's on the table.
If anybody's wondering, I am wearing a tie. It's just a bit hidden.
Well, I'm not wearing one because it's just a little warm right now.
Yeah, it's a little warm here, to be honest. But...
To be fair, Brian, you really shouldn't be wearing a tie if you've got short sleeves on anyhow.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
FN45, interesting. I am a fan of the FN57, Moko. Right, okay, so Sam's just getting herself sorted. We haven't heard from Dustin, so what I'll do is I'll get started with our recap of last session. Last session, our intrepid adventurers were trapped in a tomb with a lich and his minions. They did reasonably well in the battle. Our cleric managed to turn undead. How? I still don't know. But our cleric managed to turn undead, and that was literally the only thing that saved them.
Yes.
After digging through the gold pile with shovels and a dustpan and brush, they've managed to acquire a considerable amount of loot, plus a few more items, which we need to discuss later. And they continued exploring the tomb. And they came upon the Tomb of the 12 Kings. Now, in that tomb, they met the little ghost Prince Ilian again, and he was able to give them a little bit of guidance. Brian picked up the Crown of Feathers, and you learned what that does.
Mm-hmm.
The original crown that was worn by the king, Prince Ilian's father, allowed him to commune with his dead wife. But the dragon priests had modified the crown, taking a scale from the great dragon, hence the feathers, modifying the crown, and now allowing you to commune with the great dragon himself. And Brian briefly felt what it was like to fly as a dragon. to break through the cloud layer up into the sunlight. And it was painful. Because wearing that crown takes a psychic toll. You are linking, you are communing with a great dragon. And that's going to give you a bit of a headache. So we managed to get plenty of loot. We managed to solve that puzzle so quickly. Just to let you know, if you had gotten any of them wrong, you would have had to have fought the Wraith. So each king would have appeared as a Wraith. So Brian, hats off to you, mate. You solved that one within the space of a couple of minutes. I was expecting I was hoping for at least one mistake. Maybe two.
Oh, thank goodness.
But yes, that was very well done. The Wraith would have been probably about half as powerful as the Lich, but you could have had up to 9 of them if you'd got it consistently wrong. So you really got lucky on that one.
And then there probably could have been 11 of them afterwards, too.
Well, the 3 kings that you'd have gotten right would not have risen. Let's say that.
Oh, no. I'm talking about the race taking us out and turning us into race.
True. I don't know what a Wraith Golem would look like.
Good question.
It'd just be like a floating brick wall. Is that brick wall getting closer? And then on your way out of the tomb, you managed to link up with your priest, and most importantly, you got paid. Probably didn't need to get paid, but you got paid.
I made sure of that.
So we have a couple of magic items that you've acquired. Brian, this is something that I had to do separately because we forgot to do this last episode. None of you had said that you'd picked up the Lich's axe. Now, because Brian was the one searching the Lich for the crown, I gave Brian the benefit of the doubt and a d20 roll, which he critted.
I know. I'm probably not going to get any 20s at all tonight.
Interesting. So Brian has the Lich's axe. Now remember, Brian, in 5e, clerics are a little bit different than previous versions, and clerics are allowed to use edged martial weapons. You don't get any negatives. There's no additional or additional penalties that you've got to play. You're pretty much a fighter with holy magic on your side. To be fair, a cleric in 5e is almost a paladin. It's a little bit weird. The kind of the lines between cleric and paladin are somewhat blurred in 5th edition, but I think that was just to give the players more scope to expand what they want to do and how they play their character. So if you want, you are able to use that battle axe. But that was a double-bladed war axe, or a battle axe, as you would expect. You did sense that it had some magical powers, but you haven't identified what it is and what it does as yet.
Yeah.
So, come on, Sam, where are you? Get with the program.
She's playing with her lights, she said.
She's trying to squeeze into the dress that probably doesn't fit.
I don't know, the picture she
No,
showed
I'm meaning that in a good
quite
way, because apparently
reasonable.
she has lost quite a lot of weight since she did her prom. Yes, Brian, this is a Vespa Martini, by the way. I probably should put it down there in the middle of the shot. That kind of sets the picture there. It's too big, is it, Sam? Get some binder clips. Or a staple gun. Or ask Matt for his cork. It'll fill all the gaps. I did send her the most hilarious. Well, I'm assuming they were hilarious. I thought it was funny. Snaps while I was working on the countertops in the workshop, because I was running beads of sealing cork all around the edges of the counters. Because it turns out my walls aren't entirely square, nor are they at perfect right angles. Go figure. Mm-hmm. This house was built in the 1920s. They didn't have accurate measuring equipment back then, apparently. So yeah, there was some gaps, and yes, the big African the African black cock jokes work really good if you have a convincing South African accent.
Yeah, I've seen that deck sealant joke like a year ago.
I
So
hadn't.
as soon as I saw it, it's like, oh my god!
Yeah, I hadn't. That was
He
actually
is
really funny.
So funny. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and my neighbor's wife likes my dick.
Yes, it's not safe for the kids to play on my dick. Okay, so guys in the chat, let me know if the audio is good. Hopefully, everybody else is coming through at about the same volume. And this is obviously where we're quiet now. So. Yes.
Well, yeah. So,
Yeah.
well, I think I have my mic situation figured out because I remember it kept cutting in and out before.
It's also because I'm playing around with the levels in OBS, and there is bun hair flying everywhere from this hat.
Bun. Yeah.
Or should I yell? So you might want to crank me up, I guess.
I'm giving you a little bit more volume. You're peaking in the yellows quite nicely, but I don't want you to be overpowering me because, you know, I'm the star of this show.
Yeah, right.
You can never overpower the DM. That's always a bad thing.
Yeah, don't get me started on Dragon Voice. That usually blows out the mic. For you guys on the Zoom call, the Dragon Voice blows out the mic. On OBS, I've got all the filters in place, so it attenuates it down, and it just sounds normal. Yeah. It just sounds a bit crackly because I'm peaking. But anyway, as I was saying, today you've got the opportunity to explore the city a bit. There's a couple of little things that I want you to do that will help fill in the backstory. And if you are wanting any custom equipment made, or you're wanting any items examined or enchanted, or anything that you want to have done, these next couple of episodes could be your last time in the city for some time. Once we set out across the disc towards the Dragonwatch Islands, you will have some access to equipment, but maybe not the same.
Guys!
Good evening, my dear.
Hi. How are you?
Yeah.
Waiting for you.
Good.
Howdy do. I can't hear a thing.
Sam's here fashionably late as always.
Dentist, okay? Dentist. Okay, I can hear now.
Excellent.
All right.
Right, let me move the dice cam because my dice cam is obscuring Brian. There we go.
You can't see my books.
So, our adventurers have escaped the tomb. You've been paid, very important. And you now have, some freedom in the city. As I mentioned, this is the opportunity to have custom items made. This is the opportunity to go to any of the guilds. If you want to learn some extra spells or extra skills, you've got some time to do that. But once we leave Ankh-Morpork, and it's huge amounts of knowledge, you may not have access to technology or technomancy that you'll be able to employ as easily. Oh, there's a story behind the dresses there, Sam. Do tell.
So I got this dress first to go to prom, but then I got to meet the princess in this dress, which was really cool. It was like this big royal/military function that Matt took me to when we first started dating, and you weren't allowed to talk to her, you weren't allowed to talk to the princess, you weren't allowed to say anything unless you were spoken to, and it was like just a super freaking intense moment. But I wore this, and now it's too big. So keep pulling it up.
Which princess?
I don't know.
It would have been Princess Diana, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Charles-
because
Charles and
she's the
Diana?
leader. Yeah, she's the leader of the like military thing here.
When did Princess Diana die?
Just the same princess.
Yeah, I don't think it would be Princess Diana, Sam. You'd have been like 2.
Yeah, I don't know. She was like 85. She was like way older.
Oh, then that
but-
would have been Princess Margaret. That would have
Okay.
been the Queen's sister, or Princess Margaret or Princess Anne. But yeah, that would have been the Queen's sister. Because Diana died before the 97 or 98. So you would have
Okay.
been like a year old.
Yeah, just a little baby.
I have met members of the royal household. I'm not allowed to say which ones,
Oh.
and I'm not allowed to say under what circumstances.
Well.
Right, we shall dispense with the fake cat.
Did you say fake cat? What just happened?
Yeah, you didn't see him petting that there?
I love
No.
that you just threw it. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you have completed a task that was set for you by the wizards. The priest of Offala was not particularly happy about that, but you have some options available to you. But meanwhile, we have the intro to episode 7, because I'm starting to do these now. High atop the disc, in Cori Celesti, the mansion of the gods, our players lean over the game board. Roars with anger, turning away from the board in disgust. You are unhappy with the outcome of this gambit, says Blind Io in a vaguely patronizing manner. He is correct, says the lady, looking up from the board. You overplayed your hand. Luck, sneers You blessed them with too much fortune. Your lich proved ineffective, hisses Histofla. I greatly appreciate your assistance, my lady, he bows. I must admit, I didn't expect it to go that way. Most entertaining. They all turn to look at their continually unexpected guest. Offla picks up his piece, moving it across the board. This should help them along, he hisses. Reaches down under the table, bringing up a new gaming piece, placing it at the edge of the board, a huge grin spreading across his bovine face. Surely you cannot be serious, says the lady, shocked as the colour of the board begins to change. This is an interesting development. I have work to do. So, you have exited the cathedral catacombs. It has
Good night,
been
Marie.
almost... Kinu's off. Marie, good night. You'll probably watch this before I wake up. I normally get these uploaded to YouTube before I go to bed, actually. So Marie will be fully caught up before I'm awake.
Which is nuts, because it takes me like 5 hours to upload a YouTube video. Hashtag moose-powered internet. Woo!
I have a very athletic moose.
So you mean I just gotta swap mine out and I'll be okay?
You just need to buy it some decent Adidas.
Give it some decent lovin'. It'll be fine.
Moose loving. I'm really struggling with the mechanics of that now. Anyway, you have completed your task for the wizards. You have options. It has been a full 24 hours since you went down into the crypts. And things have changed a little in the city. Ankh-Morpork is normally a city so full of life that it reminds you of a cheese that's been left out in the sun all day. But the city is strangely quiet. Some of the stallholders have disappeared. All of the people that would be wandering around the city have all vanished. The little street urchins that would be on every corner, urchining, are no longer there.
It was my sugar daddy, I know it.
So what would you like to do?
Explore. I want to see everywhere.
Okay.
We'll split up. Just kidding.
So
I'm gonna
we've
jump
lost
on the golem's
Sam
back.
forever.
You remember your soundbite there, Sam? Guys,
Which
I hate it
one?
when we separate.
We should all stay together as a family so we don't die.
Okay, well let me narrow down a few of your options then. A couple of things that I would suggest. First of all, you could check in with the wizards now that you've completed this task. The wizards are the ones most likely to be attacked by the dragon, and you now have new dragon intelligence that you might want to share with them. Prince Ilian was able to explain quite a lot about the history of the Great Dragon and about the Dragon Wars, most of which is knowledge that has been lost. So you could check in with the wizards. You could check in with Commander Vimes. Mr. Vimes was the one who suggested that you speak to the wizards about these little tasks. He's the commander of the City Watch. If you want any information on what's happening in the city about now, he's the person to speak to. So that'll be a short walk down to Treacle Mine Road. You could pop along to the Street of Cunning Artificers and investigate new equipment. That is a street of wizards and tinkerers and inventors. And absolutely anything you can imagine. Oh, T-Roy with the biddies. Thank you very much, T-Roy. Thank you very much.
T-Roy!
Anything you can imagine can be made along that street of artificers, as long as you've got the coin to pay for it.
I has all the coin.
And a subscription from Mudzai. Thank you very much, Mark.
Oh, this is what we're doing?
What are we doing?
I'll tell you. We're doing stuff. Things have to happen. I'm just following fucking suit here, okay?
I haven't set up stream elements yet. I've got no idea what's going on.
It's too late. It's too late.
I'm going to need me another martini soon.
Hype
So-
train! Choo-choo.
Oh, and Sam gifting a sub to delete T-Roy. Thank you very much, Sam.
Hype train! 69%.
This is your second hype train, isn't it?
I have no idea what a hype train is anyway, so...
Well, it's when you get subs and bits going in close proximity.
And you can actually win different emotes from it too.
I haven't got any emotes to give out yet.
That's the thing. Like Twitch does it for you when you do a hype train. They'll give you their own, which is cool.
That's very nice of Twitch.
Train full of hype.
Yeah, like
Yeah, train full of hype.
yeah, I got a couple already with the. Well, actually, no, I think I just got one. Oh no, I got two. So the new ones that they have right now, they're like I think mainly dogs. Like those are two of the emotes that I got.
Oh, look at the husky.
So
Oh,
hype doe
so
and
cute.
hide.
Hype doe.
Is that Labrador wearing a pirate bandana by any chance?
like it was
I
wearing
think he
underwear.
is. No, it's like a bandana when the pirate kind of ties it off to the side.
Well, that ain't no bandana.
Or an old man on the beach with a handkerchief?
That's a poo booty.
That's a poo
You
booty.
better wipe. You better wipe.
I figured you'd say something like that.
You can see the stitches.
You can see. Clean them up. Yay for Glocks. Yes. How do you do this? How do you get to like...
Sadly, Moko, the only
100%.
suppressor I have is on my 2.2 hunting rifle and
Exactly.
my 308 rifle. I don't have any suppressors for my pistols as yet.
Yes. Guys, it's 99%. Yes, I did it.
Oh, 100% hype train, 100% hype
Here,
train.
you can have pretty well the last of my bits.
What do I do with the bits? Am I swapping them for poker chips?
Well, what is
Yes.
it? 100 bits is $1 or something like that.
Because
Big old biddies.
my poker chips are legit.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I love those.
Are they from Monte Carlo?
Casino Royale wasn't in Monte Carlo. Montenegro.
You heard your pardon? Blind's in here
Hey.
gifted too! Friggin' right!
Hey.
Oh, Blind, thank you very much.
I'm gonna shout out Blind Eye even though I'm not a mod.
Well, he hasn't even set that stuff up yet.
Yeah, none of that stuff is active.
And I'll do it manually, okay? Okay. We can continue. I know I've got us way off track.
A little bit, yes, just a little bit. So, narrowing down your options, you can go and check in with the wizards. You can go and check in with the City Watch. You can explore the Streets of Cunning Artifices, or you can do something else.
I want to explore. Shit. I guess we should talk to the people first. The wizards.
I'm
What
waiting
up,
for.
you wizard Harry?
I'm waiting for the lack of group discussion to resolve itself.
I mean,
I know. I say something, it's just like cricket.
I just
Assholes.
kind of follow you guys around, like, because I'm here to make sure you don't die.
Okay, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna jump on Eric's back and I'm gonna be like, onward to the wizards! And that's what we're gonna do.
Tally ho!
Tally ho! To the wizards!
However, I know we've never discussed my having a weapon, but if there is
You are the
potential
weapon.
for that,
I was gonna say that too. You
Like-
are the weapon.
You would be limited to simple, very, very simple, like clubs.
right?
Or-
Get him a Bun Bun Club.
Or can I get some custom-made brass knuckles?
You could.
Bun
yes.
Bun on each one.
I was thinking about that.
Yeah, with just like the Playboy logo on each one of them.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, so with Sam riding on the back of our golem and Brian scampering to keep up, you return to the Unseen University to find absolute chaos. The wizards are running left and right, mad and crazy and shouting and screaming in panic. The Bursa, bless him, is standing in the middle of the main entrance hall, surrounded by people moving around like a whirlwind of magical energy, and not in a good way. You thread your way around the edge of the entrance hall and kind of scoot down a little side corridor towards the Arch-Chancellor's offices. And you knock on the door. Ah, what is it? What is it? Come in, lots to do.
Well, we got your
Just
job
us.
done.
What? Oh, you lot. Oh, right. Yes. Okay, well done. What job was that?
I don't even remember myself.
We cleaned up your set.
Oh, yes, the priest. Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Well, I suppose we're going to lose the new students anyway. Yes, this thing you told me about, the flying lizardy thing. Dragon, that's it. Not going well. Apparently it might be true. Who'd have thought? Yes, so we are what's the word? Evacuating. That's it. Anything I can do for you while I'm here? Because I really don't want to be. What?
Again, I don't have anything. I'm here to protect.
We're gonna get
See,
on
I'm
a.
trying to think as hard as I am too.
We're trying to
It's
get
like-
on a boat. Hey, I earned. Hold on, Hody do. I earned a conductor badge. Whoop! Choo choo.
Because you started it.
Look at how cute it is. It's so cute.
Choo choo. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Choo choo.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't
Wow.
do enough bits, I don't think, to get one.
So the Arch-Chancellor pauses from stuffing the contents of his desk into a carpet bag. Did you learn anything while you were down there, by any chance? Anything that might help us, not die?
Kings should be... I don't remember.
So no. That's
Kings
a no.
should be... No, we gotta remember. What was the main one that we were all like, it has to be this one?
Trying to remember the choices.
I
I
love
wrote
how
them all down,
I
too.
love how you guys make
You're
such
talking about the
diligent
riddle?
notes at the end of every episode. It's fantastic.
Just.
Really warms my heart as a
The
DM.
just.
Compassionate, wise, and just.
Compassionate,
Yes.
wise, and just. I have it now. Comes the
Darn
destroyer that
Elgar's
you have
bits.
made.
Okay, so Arch-Chancellor Ridcully raises an eyebrow. You do know we haven't had any kings in Ankh-Morpork for, the best part of 1,000 years. City's
Not
ruled
that
by
you
the
know
patrician,
of.
don't you know?
And what if we found all their graves and good came out of it?
What kind of good would we be talking about? Because
I
anything
mean,
coming out of a grave of a 1,000-year-old king is probably not going to be very good at all, young lady.
Only if you find the wrong ones, though. Only if you find the wrong ones.
Quite, yes. Anyway, any information about Flappy Lizard thingy? Dragon? That's it.
Oh, my
Well,
sugar
we may
daddy.
have a
him.
few items that'll actually help out, though, too. that we
Oh, okay,
found.
do tell.
Well, there was a necklace that was offered up by the spirit of the king's son.
You'll
And
never take it.
I show him the amulet.
Very nice, very nice. Need a bit more hair on the chest to really pull that one off, but yes.
And there's also this crown that we have as well. So I reach into the pouch and I pull out the crown of feathers.
Oh, good lord.
Don't put it on.
Ridcully, Arch-Chancellor Ridcully takes it from you very, very gently, turns it a few times, and then gives it back to you. Probably best if you kind of put it back in that pouch there and never take it out ever again.
Well, we might need it at some point.
I didn't
So,
hear that.
I'll just keep it close by hand.
Okay, well, as I said, we are evacuating the university, so all of us wizards apparently are in danger, and there are a lot of us here, and a concentration of wizards presents a very juicy target for an airborne lizard. So we're trying to, spread things out a little. The bursar said it's some tactical thing. I don't know what he's been reading, but he's got this silly robe with lots of pockets in it. Who knows? Funny color as well.
Hi, Adam. What new plague has Sam released onto the world?
Nothing new yet.
Well, if you would excuse me, he resumes stuffing random items into his carpet bag, including one that looks like a very large bird cage, and it disappears into the bag, Mary Poppins style.
What the heck's a bird cage for?
A bird, I would assume.
Yeah,
While
but
I
she
saw
didn't say it had
bird.
one in it.
while he's doing that, Sam, your new necklace catches his attention.
It should. It's freaking gorgeous. Look at that. Shiny.
So for everyone in the chat that doesn't know,
Yeah.
Sam's actually wearing the necklace that her character has in game.
Mm-hmm.
And that was
Omar made.
it was a bit of a rush job for me to make it in time. But Sam is actually wearing her character's necklace. The Arch-Chancellor eyes that quite suspiciously. Interesting. Very interesting. Haven't seen one of those before.
It's special and it's mine and you can't have it.
Oh, absolutely not, young lady. You enjoy it. Yes. Anyway, lots to do. He pulls out a couple of drawers from his desk and just tips the entire contents of the drawers into the bag without any forethought. You hear that what sounds like breaking glass and the tinkling of metal. Anyway, folks, probably not safe for you here. You know, large concentration of magic and all. Big flying wing thing floating around, breathing fire, what?
And there's nothing else that you need from us? Assistance? Anything? You're good?
Unless you can call it off, or, you know, tell it to not burn us all alive. Probably not, no.
Maybe in a little bit. I'm still working my magic.
My dear, this is the Unseen University, and we are wizards. And I am the head wizard, you know, like the big boss wizard.
Yes.
So when it comes to magic, if you're not a wizard, you really shouldn't be doing magic, you know, guild laws and all that kind of thing. And generally speaking, when it comes to magic, we're the ones that do the magic. You know, licensed professional and all that. Piff, paff, poof.
This is a different kind of magic. It's okay.
Okay. Well, okay, off you go. He kind of crowds around behind you and shoos you out of the door until he hits the golem and just stops dead. I think you can leave on your own accord, sir. He feels like he's trying to push the wall of a building and make the room larger.
I'll just step aside and like while he's pushing.
As you look down, you see him suddenly disappear under your arm. There is a crash and another tinkle of broken glass.
Oh no.
Oh, damn it! That's eating through the floor already.
Oh, good. So, I guess there's nothing else for us to do there, since everyone's leaving anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a hydrate for me, is it? I'm all out of martini, so water it is then.
Oh, you even made yourself a fancy martini, eh?
Vespers.
I stuck with my ultra classy drink.
I don't have a martini glass. I prefer brandy snifter.
I'm doing the do.
Ooh.
So
Okay, we need to turn Eric up.
Yeah, apparently.
Well, you're going to have to do that, Eric. I can only control all of you at once.
Ooh.
Oh, let me see what I can do here.
Try sticking
No,
the
Adam,
mic up your
we will get
nose.
nothing done.
Yeah, I've tried to move it in, but if I move it in too far,
It rubs
I
on the
get
mustache.
Yeah, exactly.
it rustles on your.
Let me see.
Okay, so as you're leaving the Arch-Chancellor's office, Sam, you happen to glance up and you see the librarian hanging from one of the banisters, observing the chaos with a bag of peanuts.
Hi. What you doing?
He glowers down at you like an orange sack of something. Ooh.
Luke.
There's a little crunch as he shells another peanut and slips that into his mouth.
Come here, bud. Come here.
Good thing it's certain
thank
person's not here.
Oh man.
We don't need any antagonization.
Ooh. He points to the general hubbub that's going along in the foyer, and he's...
I could picture that. I'm just gonna say ook back.
Ook?
I'm gonna point at them and be like, ook.
Ooh. Ook.
Shit. It's my favorite.
He kind of shimmies down the stone column and stands next to you.
Do I have a fucking companion now? Because that would be sick. I'm gonna pat it on the head. Can I pat it on the head?
No.
He's
I'm
quite a
gonna-
bit
I'm gonna
taller
pat
than
it
you
and
are, actually.
I'm gonna pat it on the head.
So, for an orangutan,
Oh, it's right. It's fucking large ass monkey.
don't say the M word.
Don't say that.
I mean a large ass orangutan.
He's a primate. For an orangutan, you've got to remember that the librarian was once a human wizard who by magical accident was turned into a primate and has decided to stay this way because he finds it far more convenient.
Can you tell him that I'm sorry for petting him on the wrong head? I'll pet him before instead.
Ooh.
Oh, you gotta love Adam's sense of humor.
Her seduction is real. No, it's everybody else.
The librarian kind of like offers you the bag of peanuts. Ooh.
He wants
gonna
to
take
give me
one.
his nuts.
I would love
You're gonna take one
I
of his
love
nuts?
I'll take them.
Oh man.
Ooh. Ooh.
I'm gonna give one to all of you guys too, because I'm sure he wants to share around the party.
Well, you get the intention, you get the idea that he's really just been watching all of this chaos as some form of entertainment. Whatever happens,
Yes.
whatever happens to the wizards, the librarian of the Unseen University is an eternal post, and he's probably not going to be going anywhere in a hurry. The wizards might flee for their lives, but the librarian has one responsibility, and one responsibility only. Stop the books from overtaking the world.
Bam, that's a big old responsibility.
Yes, when you collect that many magical books into one place, they have some very odd side effects, especially when some of the books are sentient. So it's kind of a full-time job. You also have the fact that when you combine so many magical items into a single space, it does odd things to space and time. Typically what's called L space. And it takes many, many years of learning to be able to navigate through the bookshelves in L space successfully. It's not the kind of thing that a librarian takes on easily.
Ook.
He raises an eyebrow in a preach it, sister kind of look.
Yeah. I want to take him with me. But you gotta stay. You've got an important job, buddy.
You get the feeling that he's probably going to be going with you whether you like it or not. At least for the time being.
Okay. I was literally gonna say hop on, but again, not a thing.
Okay, where to?
Are we gonna go talk to
Well-
the other dude now?
What other dude?
There's two people we had to talk to, and then there's a space for us to go explore for items.
The watch, right?
Commander Vimes of the City Watch, yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, so you leave the university, you cross off the Isle of Gods, and you head south down towards, maybe not towards the Shades full, but take a left onto Treacle Street, and you have the Watch House on Treacle Mine Road. Treacle mining is a very, very old historical aspect of Ankh-Morpork, and one of its earliest forms of trade. In many areas, trees will fall, and under the pressures of history over many, many thousands of years, they will be compressed into coal or perhaps into oil. Well, many, many thousands of years ago, Ankh-Morpork was built on sugarcane fields. And those sugarcanes, when they fossilized, turned into fossilized treacle. And fossilized treacle can be mined and exported across many of the cities of the Disk. Now, Treacle Mine Road is exactly that. It was one of the last surviving treacle mines in Ankh-Morpork. The mine itself and the houses and buildings were owned by one of the wealthiest families in Ankh-Morpork, the Ramkin family, and were gifted to the city by Sybil Rankin as a thank you for Commander Vimes saving her life on a previous adventure. The watch house is now occupied full-time, as are 7 other major watch houses across the city, as well as dozens of guard posts. And what used to be a patrol of half a dozen misfits who could easily be bought off are now a credible watch and a police force that is actually known and renowned throughout the Disk. In fact, Sir Samuel Vines, commander of the City Watch, is known so well that many of his watchmen, when they retire, often move out to some of these more rural areas and take up command posts of their own. They're quite affectionately known as Sammies.
Jammies with their sugar daddies.
So you kind of amble down Treacle Mine Road, quite astonished at how quiet the city seems. Windows are shuttered, doors are closed, little market sellers and traders seem to have disappeared off the streets. There are still things lurking in the shadows, because where else would you lurk? But as you approach the watch house, you see a couple of the watchmen just coming in from their patrols. They don't seem to be particularly alarmed by everything that's going on. And the fire is still lit above the door to the watch house, just a little brazier that hangs there. You make your way through the main doors of the watch house and approach the front desk. Looking up, or in the case of the golem, looking straight ahead, the front desk sits about 6 feet off the ground, and high atop it sits a very little dwarf.
Oh.
You get the impression that the dwarf may be female, because despite the beard and the armor, she's wearing lipstick.
Not the same one that was at the bar, then.
The one that was at the bar was Captain Carrot, who is a 6-foot dwarf. Because being a dwarf is much more than a state of mind and just being short. I mean, that's just racist. Captain Carrot was adopted by 2 dwarves in the mountains, and was raised as a dwarf. Knows all the dwarf customs, speaks the major dwarf dialects, and is about 6'5". Polishes his armor, and knows every single rule and ordinance of the city. But he's adamant that he's still a dwarf, because being a dwarf is really just a state of mind. It's a state of mind that's 4 feet higher than others, but it's still a state of mind. The watch officer kind of looks over the desk. Oh, how can I help you?
Oh, she hasn't even been listening.
Yeah, I have. I had my headphones unplugged and myself muted so that you guys couldn't hear yourself.
Take it away.
With any
Take it
lack
away.
of response, she returns to her paperwork, licks the tip of her pencil, and carries on writing.
Is the golem gonna be the one that remembers?
I don't remember what we were talking to them
Well,
about.
we needed to meet with. We talked to Commander Vimes before, so
You did,
Yes.
yes.
it would probably be wise to speak to Commander Vimes again.
Yes. Is Commander Vimes here? I was like, I'll just fucking do it then.
The dwarf leans over and looks down at you. Yes, the commander is in. He's a little bit busy today, but, who shall I say is inquiring?
Did you
What the
drop
fuck
your
do we
name?
call ourselves?
I don't know. Did we even?
Well, I mentioned
We-
my name, Gerald.
True.
I could look. I'm a golem. It's the group
Did you
with
say
the
your
golem.
name and yeah, say that. The group with the golem. The only one.
Okay. One moment, please. She
You
disappears.
call yourselves the Bun Buns?
Fun buns.
That would be sick.
She disappears back from the edge of the desk, and you can hear the gentle pitter patter of feet on wood. And she appears out from behind the counter. She is indeed a dwarf, maybe 3.5 feet tall. She was probably standing on a very tall ladder. She disappears off to your left-hand side, and you hear. Well, you hear the sound of a lot of steps being climbed by somebody with very small legs. And then a very definite knock on a door. There are some words exchanged that are a little bit mumbled from where you are, and you hear the rather little legs coming back down the wooden steps. She scoots past your vision, and then up the ladder, back to her desk. Yes, the commander remembers you. Funny, that. Just go straight. Just go straight up.
Thank you.
Are the doors
Okay, I'm
big
going.
enough here?
Yeah. Can you fit?
Well, these buildings were built for mining use, so most of the building is stone and wood beams. So yes, be careful. Just remember to duck. You make your way up the stairs. There's a lot of creaking and the gentle sound of splintering under the feet of the golem, but you managed to get all the way up. And what do you want to do?
So is
I
that
guess
is Vimes
tap on
there?
the door.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, give a little knock on the door. Yes, come in, come in. Opening the door and stepping into the office, you see the commander sat behind his desk. He has 2 stacks of paperwork on either side of him, to the left and to the right. Neither seems to be any taller or shorter than the other. He's currently holding a very large pencil and is scribbling furiously. You get the feeling that he's mouthing out the letters as he's writing. Yes. Oh, yes. You fellows. Yes, we saw you outside the Mended Drum, didn't we?
Yep.
Sure did.
Yes.
Yes. Well, I've been hearing things that you were, how shall we say, adventuring under the Temple of Ophla. How did that go?
I guess reasonably well. To be
Reasonably well
expected.
indeed. You're all still alive. I know
guess
the
there must have been just a little luck on our hands. So.
Well, I know the university loses at least 2 or 3 of its students a year to that place. So, well done. Yes, I'm guessing you have information about a flying, scaly thing that we'd rather not speak about. What can you tell me?
May. All we know is that it is over at Dragon Watch Island. That there is a seen dragon over at Dragon Watch Island, and we are guessing that the one that we saw is going to the same place. We're looking to charter a boat. We are just getting the amount we need beforehand.
You witness the colour draining out of the commander's face at the thought of a second dragon. My dear, isn't it bad enough that you have unleashed one dragon upon this Discworld, which we shall obviously never talk about outside this room, for fear of you being immediately killed by everybody that lives on this world?
Shut up, Adam.
And now you tell me there are 2 of them?
Well,
okay, well, we don't know that for sure. That we know of, that we have been told.
And you have a surefire way of disposing of both of these dragons?
No.
Well then, my dear,
No.
looks like you have some study to do.
Truth? Very,
Well-
very much. But we're not just gonna leave it, because that's how we all die.
Well, as commander of the City Watch, I could temporarily deputize you and order you onto a mission of, well, disposal of said flying lizardy things. But you know, there's probably no point, because once you're outside the bounds of this city, I really don't care. So,
I don't want to kill my sugar daddy yet, anyways.
your sugar what?
Nothing. Continue.
Very well. Yes, if you are tasking yourselves to dispose of both of these flying crocodiles, then by all means do so, and the city will, I'm sure, reward you handsomely. As long as the city does not go up in flames, I'm pretty sure that Lord Vetinari would reward you handsomely. And as long as
That's
you
what we're
don't
trying to
return to this city with said flying lizards, I'm pretty sure Lord Vetinari would reward you handsomely.
Fine, I'll kill my sugar daddy.
In other words, go and take the damn thing with you.
Done.
Now, he eyes the 2 humans up and down, and eyes the golem just up.
I thought Sam was an elf.
I am an elf.
Yes, but humanoid at least.
Oh, okay. 2 arms, 2 legs.
Right. He inspects your weapons and armor that's on show, or at least what is visible. Have you taken a trip down the Street of Cunning Artificers yet?
Not yet. That's next on our to-do list.
He pulls a little pad over, scribbles something on it on the topmost piece of paper, and tears it off and hands it to you.
Take a look at it.
It's an address on the Street of Cunning Artificers. This is the armourer we use here for all of our watch equipment. Have a word with him. Tell him I sent you. I'm sure he'll give you a discount. Do not mention dragons while you're within the city limits, please. We have enough chaos
Beatrice.
going on here already. It's bad enough the wizards are panicking. He looks behind you. Oh. Hello. Ook.
Yes.
Our little hairy friend.
Oh, is he gonna say it? Does he know who the librarian is?
Yes, he knows who the librarian is.
Okay.
Well, if the librarian's with you, then you're probably in very good company for the time being. Just don't mention the M word. Ooh. Yes, exactly.
I guess we would start heading to the the street.
Okay. You head out of the watch office, conferring very briefly with one of the watchmen outside standing guard. He gives you somewhat vague directions, but generally you follow the smoke. This is a street of tinkerers, artificers, conjurers, and frankly, alchemists. And alchemists' shops generally have really thick walls and really thin roofs. Kind of like a firework factory.
I'm so excited. Let's go.
I know what I want made.
I know what he wants made too.
You make your way through the city, over the Misbegot Bridge, across the Isle of Gods, and onto the street. And you are presented with what should be a hustling, bustling street. But most of the stall holders and the street hawkers have disappeared. Maybe they sense something is up. But you see a street that is filled, as far as you can see, with shops and smithies and, well, it's a retail heaven for those who can afford it.
Okay, so where do you guys want to go first?
Well, I want to go to the armorer.
Mm-hmm.
Because I need some brass knuckles.
Okay.
That say bun.
So looking along the street,
Next thing you
see...
know, Omar's gonna make this for you in real life and he's gonna show up at your door. He's a bun.
I do have brass. I do actually have brass.
Man.
As you look down the street, you see lots of little hat-swinging signs over the doorways. Some of them look like wizard hats. Some of them look like crossed weapons. Some of them look like shields. Some of them look like little potion bottles. It's very much a street akin to Diagon Alley, but longer and bigger, and probably much more expensive. You look down at the note that the commander gave you, and it seems to coincide with one of the shops with crossed swords and a shield hanging above the doorway, and you enter. Pushing open the wooden door, you see a large wooden counter in front of you. On the wall there are swords and axes of various sorts. You can see a couple of shields mounted on the walls above that. And a very burly-looking man standing behind the counter, sharpening... Well, he looks like he's sharpening his fingernails with an arrowhead, but it seems like he's cleaning them.
Can't say I've never done that.
All right.
Well, I
good
usually
sir.
use scissors.
What can I do for you, gentlemen? Oh, sorry.
Okay, same thing.
Personages.
Anyways, we need some upgraded gear. Obviously.
Commander Vine sent us this way. Kind of dropped your name to you be the one to visit.
Well, in that case, I'm not the one you want to speak to. Janet!
How did I know it was the wife?
Actually, it's the daughter.
Oh, it's daughter. Okay.
Don't say stuff like that,
A
bro.
tiny little slip.
Make up for it.
A tiny little slip of a girl, kind of bustles into the shop space from the rooms behind. She has thick leather gloves on, a thick leather apron, and she's wearing goggles and holding some blacksmith tongs with what looks like a glowing piece of steel held in between the jaws. You bellowed,
She had
father.
left that in the other room.
um, Weapons.
Oh. She lifts the goggles up. Aren't you a big fella? So, if you're... she puts down the tongs and you can see that the metal's starting to burn its way through the counter. If you are here to see me, then you've been sent by Commander Vimes.
Agreed.
Tis true.
That is true.
Well, it is true that I do all of the armor work for the City Watch, because I don't make, let's say, regular pig iron armor. Your old watchman may have worn that a little while ago. Commander Vimes insists that his men are protected with the best, and gods he can afford it. So, if he sent you to me, then that means you're after something very special.
Shiny too.
You happen to have anything that can withhold dragon attack? Dragon fire? Anything? Dragon?
Of course she mentioned it. Of course she mentioned it.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to mention it.
It was just in case, like if anything ever happened, like ever.
I'm just like.
Literally forgot already.
She holds up one of her furnace gloves. Yes, that could be arranged. How hot are we talking?
Just like say it was like the hottest that you could get, you know?
Well, I've created heat-resistant armor for the foundries. Some of the more advanced dwarf smiths prefer to have their armor heat-treated rather than wearing all the heavy leathers as well as all of that metal. Yes, we could certainly do something for you there. Just for yourself?
No, for all of us, and my dear friend here wants something truly special. Truly special.
She looks at
special.
she looks up at the golem. Wow, that's going to be a lot of work. She's like,
Well, I mean, not armor.
well, now the
Looking for
golem
weapons.
that can speak. Very interesting.
It
No.
shocked us too.
Normally, your kind carry a slate and you write. Interesting that you can speak. Very interesting. She fishes around in her her leather apron and pulls out a little notepad, flips it over. Okay, so we want fire-resistant, dragon-proof armor. What else?
I guess I would just brass knuckles.
She eyes
Didn't you
the
do brass knuckles?
she eyes the size of your hands. Okay, one set or two?
One. What is it? What is considered a set?
I.e., one hand or both hands?
Both.
Okay. 2 sets of brass cartwheels.
What would you like it to say? Gollum?
Bun.
Is that one hand or two?
Whatever the customer wants. She makes a note.
Customer's always right. The customer's always right. All right, well, I've got all the jewelry that I could possibly need. That's for damn sure. So
Okay.
I'm probably just good with the.
If you're
the
not
armor
gonna
here.
say it, I'll nudge you guys and be like, weapons.
Well,
yeah,
I
but we
actually
gotta make
have
sure all
two
our armor's
weapons.
dealt with first.
I have 2 weapons. I just gotta have them identified. I'm looking
yeah.
more like maybe upgrading my armor
Yeah.
and a shield, but I don't know if I should get a helm or not.
Are
I don't
you
really have a
looking...
helm.
You seem to be of the holy persuasion, sir. Are you looking for half plate or chainmail?
Well, half plate would actually be quite nice.
I can make you half plate like you would not believe. You would be able to do somersaults. You'd be able to dance in it. It'll be so light and yet incredibly strong.
There's only one thing that I ask. On the breast, if you could include the symbol of Offler.
That can be arranged. She pulls a tape measure out of another pocket, and as any tailor would do, begins to measure you up, measures you across the shoulders, measures the drop of your back, measures you around the chest. Okay, scribbles some notes. Well, for weapons, you would need to go next door if you want them identified. If you want special weapons made, I can certainly do that for you. Did you have anything in mind?
Did you just say, do you have anything in mind for weapons?
She reaches up and pulls a 1.5-handed sword down from the wall, flourishes it like a pencil, and hands it to you. Brian, you take it in your hand, and it weighs little more than a pencil. Yet it has a meter-long blade that looks wickedly sharp. You give it an experimental swish, and you can hear the blade humming as it cuts through the air. That, for example, would be one of the more expensive options. But if you're after the best steel with the lightest weight, then I'm certainly the person to speak to. None of the other ironmongers here would be able to outfit you accordingly.
I'm just seeing Adam's comment there.
I know. He's also
Gee,
getting a
thanks
size
for
for
the
your
confidence,
coffin.
Adam.
Brian, she notices that you've got the axe slung in your belt. She looks down at that. Well, I haven't seen a design like that for many, many years. That's certainly an old one. As she moves her hand towards it, she pulls back very suddenly, and it thrums with power. You'll want to speak to Rincewind across the street. He's the wizard there. He'll be able to tell you about this.
Yeah, I probably don't want to touch it.
I remember.
Because I got some bad vibes when I initially picked it up.
Yes, better speak to Rincewind. That's not a weapon you would want to wield casually.
Same with this dagger too, I'm guessing.
You pull the dagger out of your belt, and it makes the same humming noise as you move it through. The blade sings as it cuts through the air, just as you're handling it. Oh my goodness. She doesn't dare touch it, but she looks down closely. She puts her goggles back on, flips up the tinted lenses, and then flips down some other lenses and examines the blade very closely. Well. Electrum. don't see many of these. Ever. And it also has power. I think you found that that blade is, how should I say, wickedly sharp.
Mm-hmm.
I would handle that very, very carefully, my dear. That is a weapon that I certainly would not want to touch.
I keep thinking Grayskull.
Now, my dear, you mentioned you want heat-resistant armor. Of what type? Leather, metal, chain?
Probably. I don't know. Do you guys think chain would be best?
Not for a rogue, no. If you want to sneaky sneak, any metal armor gives you an immediate penalty because you will jingle.
Right.
So for a rogue, you'll be looking at leaded leather or padded leather. If you want it heat resistant, that's going to limit your options, but she can work in some extra features.
Little
I'd
bit of
probably
asbestos.
go the the padded leather.
My dear, she takes out a tape measure and begins measuring you across the shoulders, the drop of your back, length of your arms. You seem to be the sneaky type.
I try, yes.
Not in this. You don't. In this, you're mostly failing. I can make you leather armor that would fit you like a second skin, that will allow you to move silently, and would have
Sneaky.
plenty of space for, throwing knives, daggers, things like that. Maybe a little bandolier for some choice poisons or potions.
I'm thinking Selena Kyle right now.
You're speaking my crack-a-lack language.
Which version of Selena are you thinking of?
The Underworld one.
Oh, okay. I was thinking more Dark Knight Rises.
Okay, well, yeah, I guess kind of.
You also seem to be of the Elvish persuasion. It's quite all right, my dear. We can't always help our birthright.
Okay, I just shaved these down.
But what I could do...
Could just bob them though too.
Right? Just shave them off.
What I could do is maybe enhance the armor a little to better suit your given talents, shall we say?
You're so kind. You know just what to say.
So leather with a little bit of latex.
She continues making notes on her notepad. She's out with the tape measure. She comes over to the golem and wraps the tape measure around each finger. The tape measure is just long enough to go round your finger. Oh yes, this will be quite the amount of metal.
And a bit of lace.
Are you sure you want this in brass, sir? There are much more robust metals that we could work with. Of course, if price is not an option.
I'm listening.
Yes, leave this one with me. Yes, I have something in mind. A very special metal that I've been developing. Weighs little more than paper. But stronger than any steel or iron that you would come across.
Like weight's gonna be an issue.
Well, for This gentleman, I imagine brass would disintegrate on the first punch.
Yeah, his skin's probably stronger than the metal.
Yeah.
I have outfitted several of the City Watch trolls with their armor. In fact, the legendary Detritus, I was the one who converted his peacemaker for him. She looks at you and your blank expressions. You're not familiar with Sergeant Detritus?
No.
Well-
I didn't see his weapon.
That's what she said.
Hey, well, that's not really what would interest me.
Sergeant Detritus was the very first troll officer in the City Watch. Now, trolls in D&D are not like orcs, or they're basically rock trolls. They're humanoids made out of solid stone, and they're born that way. They come from mostly the mountains, and they are generally credited as being thick as two rocks. The trolls, however, maintain that they're not designed for these lowland temperatures, and that their brains don't work too well in this kind of heat. But up in the mountains, where it's a lot colder, they can think on their feet, so to speak. Sergeant Detritus has spent much time in this workshop. He started by having a slight conversion or modification done to his watchman's helmet. A little clockwork mechanism with two fans inside, constantly blowing air into the helmet, which had the benefit of not only cooling down his head, but also raising his IQ into triple figures.
I could actually use one of those right here.
Sergeant Detritus also carries the Peacemaker, as he calls it, a converted siege crossbow, normally designed to be pulled on a cart with two oxen, which he carries one-handed. He also, rather than a siege arrow, which would basically be a log with a metal tip on the end, uses it loaded with hundreds of arrows all bound together. This is a weapon that you don't so much fire as unleash. And rumours are that it puts off the sound similar to 1,000 angry hornets buzzing past you as the wooden arrows disintegrate just through the sheer acceleration that the bow provides. Yes, quite the engineering feat the Peacemaker was. Commander Vimes was quite adamant about a safety catch, though. Anyway, yes, leave this with me. Yes, I can have all this for you. Give me maybe 2-3 days, and pop back and see me. And I hope your pockets are deep.
Or at least our pouches.
Yeah.
Indeed. She scribbles, turns over the page, makes a few more notes, does some rather complicated math, and hands you, Brian, a piece of paper with her bill on it. As I said, give me 3 days. And she disappears back into the workshop.
Now, do I want to look at this number?
I know, I'm like...
Okay, do you have enough in your pouch here, Sam?
We have a shit ton.
We had like something like 30. But I'm just
yeah,
wondering
but
what
that
this
was
figure
without.
says.
That was without.
Without the gems?
No, with the gems, but we hadn't done the platinum. Like we had no. Wait, silver to gold.
It's
so
10 to 1.
We have.
Oh, okay.
a whole
you didn't
bunch
do
of
the convert-
gold that we did, but we didn't add in the silver and have it like switched over. So there's
Silver-
45,700 silver that we haven't
You divide it
counted
by
in
10.
our gold yet.
Yeah, just divide by
Divide
10.
it by 10.
And then we had 30,000 for gold.
So
Well-
it's another 4,700.
So we're not doing like terrible.
Mm. So,
Brian,
take-
you risk a little peek at the
Yeah.
paper. You mutter a prayer to Offla. She's noted on there a substantial discount, as you've been recommended to her by Commander Vimes, and she's rounded down to 10,000.
Okay.
All right.
That's not too
Yeah.
bad for what we're looking for.
So, you'll need to come back in about 2 or 3 days, and she should have you ready for a first, I suppose, a second fitting. She's got most of your measurements already. And as you leave the workshop, we shall take a break.
All right.
So, we've been live for an hour 45. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break, grab some more drinks. I need more Vespers. And we shall continue. So, guys in the chat, everybody, we will be back shortly. the stream. Welcome back, folks. We're just having a quick look through the chat. Adam and Blind, very, very interesting. Yes, guys in the chat, we are still looking. Let me move the camera over so I'm at least looking at the camera. We are still looking for some casual players. I still want to open this up now for guest players every fortnight. Purely because Dustin's schedule doesn't always let him be here. Eric and Brian's schedule may conflict. And if we've got a few more players that can kind of jump in, maybe at short notice, or just jump in for a one-off. I did talk about this in the Discord. But certainly I do want to open this up to some more players because we're on to episode 7 now. Who ever thought that these guys would live this long? So we can start opening this up to some kind of guest players just for the session. Now, there are a lot of rules in that because this is a completely homebrew campaign. It's based on Pratchett's Discworld, so if you're not familiar with any of the material, I would recommend at least watching the previous episodes because I cover a lot of it through there. But creation of your characters and things like that, what I'll probably end up doing is giving our guest players an NPC to play rather than a full-fledged character, which means that you can kind of get into the game running, so to speak. There's loads of NPCs that are going to be played through the course of the game, but yeah, certainly starting next episode, we're going to see if we can get Sam's dad to join us because he used to be a D&D player way back when. So if we can get him to,
that would be so cool. Oh my goodness.
if you can run Zoom from your phone, so as long as he's got his phone with him, he can join the Zoom and we can play.
I would probably stop talking about my sugar daddy then.
You'd probably stop talking about your dick and that African cock.
That
Yeah.
Well, the cubs love playing on my deck.
All the neighbors love it when I'm on my dick.
I just like that one line where he says, "Yeah, my neighbor's wife likes my dick too."
She's always asking me what the secret is to my perfect dick.
So yeah, I'm going to put some caveats. If you are interested in joining as a guest player, do message me in Discord or just message me in the D&D hashtag chat for Sam's Discord chat. You'll need to be at least familiar with the episodes so far. So if you can go back and watch some of the previous episodes just to catch up on the story and to get a feel for the world that we're playing in, because it is a very unique world that I'm spinning my story in. If you're familiar with Pratchett's work, even better. I've got some of the audiobooks uploaded to my Dropbox with supporting documentation, so you can get access to those as well. But what we'll probably start you off on is with an NPC. If you really enjoy it and you love being part of it, then certainly we'll consider expanding the party. We're quite limited as a party with the group skills, so expanding to 5 or possibly even 6 on a regular basis may actually help to round out the party's skills. Because the one thing we don't have yet is a wizard. And magic will be particularly useful in the later parts of this game. So bear that in mind, guys. If you're interested, read up on Terry Pratchett's Discworld or listen through to some of the previous episodes and you'll kind of get the gist of how this works. And I can make some audiobooks and documentation available to you as well. And message me in the chat.
So should we have Adam actually be one of the shipmates since he plays Sea of Thieves all the time?
Now that's not a bad shout, because a couple of the ship's crew will be accompanying you for a lot of that voyage. Certainly the bosun and the first mate will be with you. So if we have maybe some of our guests playing some of the ship's crew during certain scenes or certain parts of the story, that wouldn't be such a bad shout. But there's always ways that I can write in a temporary character. It's not a particular tricky thing to do. Ah, good evening, BJ. Thank you for joining.
Hey, BJ.
Yes, we're doing a Casino Royale theme, as you can probably see from my dice cam in the corner. We thought, why not get dressed up? Plus, I haven't worn a suit in 3 months, so I just felt like putting on a suit and drinking a really strong martini.
After a while, how do you not get, like, to the... You just drink enough that you're fine now and you just do whatever the fuck you can and you're good?
Well, a Vespa Martini is, if you're familiar with Casino Royale, a Vespa Martini is 3 parts gin, 1 part vodka, and a dash of Quina Lillet, not vermouth. I can manage about 4 of them. This is a double, as you can see by this. This is a brandy snifter, because if I use a martini glass, it just spills everywhere. I can normally manage 4 large martinis before I start to feel it. This is... I'd say this is number 3. Hence, I've loosened the bow tie a little bit.
That I noticed.
So,
I do have a martini glass myself.
I keep meaning to buy one, but whenever I've used one, I've always ended up spilling stuff all over the place. Because once you get a bit animated, after maybe the 3rd one, you want a glass that's a little bit more contained. But this is still, there's enough surface area in here for the lemon oils to really punctuate the drink. Right. We are moving across the street to see Rincewind, the wizard for hire.
I know that I remember the name. But I can't. Like, you're gonna start talking like okay.
Yeah, if you've read any of the Discworld books, he's one of the most common wizards that's featured, because he's the most inept and idiot wizard on the planet. Well, sorry, on the disc, yes. But yes, Rincewind is probably the most failed wizard to ever come out of the Unseen University. And oh shit, it's all going to pot now.
What you got in the
How many dragons will now be released?
Oh, is that the honey one?
Jack. The
Oh,
Jack.
That's the honey one as well. Very nice.
Yeah, it's the honey. Oh, but I thought you would like this. Because these are the mugs that or glasses that I have. And they're the glow.
Yes.
They're beautiful.
My parents, my grandmother had one.
They're nice. So
Um,
an entire set, like coffee mugs and cups and jugs and blah blah blah.
I've got one of those tulip-shaped whiskey snifters, which is absolutely fantastic. It really does bring out the notes in the whiskey. What have I got?
You had a couple there, Sam. Can you actually call yourself I'm a potato?
I'm a potato. I'm a potato. I'm not gonna need this. I know I'm not.
Just drink it straight from the bottle. Yeah, who needs the glass? Just get a straw.
The glass is the point. It's pretty.
Just get a straw and go straight into the bottle.
Can you imagine drinking whiskey from a straw?
Yes,
Are you up in your sleep?
done it.
I do not want to talk about that because my 25th birthday, my now brother-in-law gave me a chocolatini and dared me to drink it through a straw.
What was that, the 1950s?
But I handled 2, and then I was like projectile vomiting for the rest of the night.
Oh no!
Are you guys familiar with a camelback? The kind of water bladders that you wear in a backpack when you're doing sports. I've drunk whiskey through a camelback before.
The old straw from the lapel there.
Yep.
Put it out there.
That's great.
This is while I was cycling.
What?
BJ's like, so they look lovely and fancy, but in a couple hours, actions won't match the classy look.
No, it's BJ. It's whether the dice rolls match the fancy looks.
Right, yeah.
True.
We gotta be able to read the dice roll.
one whiskey. Well, freaking cheers, man. I don't know where my flask went, but I want it. I see Caesar.
Go for it. I've got. What have I got? What have I got down? I finished all the Maker's Mark. I drank that making old fashions. Makes a really good old fashioned Maker's Mark. I've got some Johnny Walker, and I've got some really expensive single cask whiskey that was 1 out of 400 bottles made, and I've already drunk 3 of them. I've got about that much left in the 4th bottle. 1 bottle was a bet, and this is bloody expensive whiskey, so I don't drink that very often. Well, Eric, this is Benrick, 17-year-old Benrick, single cask, and it's a rum cask.
I like rum.
These
Cool.
these were retailing at about £400 a bottle. So give or take €500 a bottle. I bought 4 of them. I've got a third of a bottle left, and they only made 400. The bottles are numbered.
Can you hold on to just like a little bit of that?
Right? Like, how do we so get rid of all of it?
Please just let me taste that.
There may be a way.
That's true.
Yes.
There may be a way. This is the other one. It's nicer because it's got like the stuff on it, but
Like leather?
leather.
Stuff.
Pleather. Pleather. That's the word. I
Got
didn't
it.
realize it never drank out of a freaking flask before. I own them and I never used them before.
I've got one.
I'd probably wash them first though.
I did.
I've got one flask that was given to me as a groomsman's gift by my friend Matt. I'm not even sure if he's actually in the chat today. He's normally floating around. Might be too late for him.
Voices are all low now.
Yeah, I think. Oh, hang on. My fault. Okay, let's boost you up again.
Oh, you turned our volumes down, did you?
Yeah, I turned your volumes down.
Just wants to mute us. He's like, fuck up all of you.
I do have one flask, but that was a groomsman's gift, and I use that actually a lot when I travel, because when you're stuck in a hotel room, you need something. And
Yeah.
you need something.
I've got, let's see. I always have a bottle of Lagavulin on hand. I've got 2 bottles of Killamon. One is 100% Islay, which is by far one of my favorites.
I can't drink Isla.
Yeah,
It just makes it gives me that cough.
Yeah, I love the smoke. So
I can't
that's
deal
what
with the
I'm all about.
smoke. You either do or you don't. There's no in between.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
Adam, a drinking horn. Full-blown horn, bro. Plus
I've got a-
photos in the Discord. Or it didn't happen.
I've got a couple of Swedish whiskeys that are pretty nice, and then what else? There's something else I think that I had.
What is that, Moko?
Yeah, Speyside
Oh, he's gonna post it.
is one of the Speyside is on the coast of northern parts of Scotland, near Inverness. So most of my whiskies are single malt, either Speyside or Highland. The Islers, which tend to come from the island parts, they tend to be very heavy with peat moss, and that gives you the burn in the back of your throat and the cough.
Yeah.
Some people, when they drink whiskey, they immediately cough. And that's because it's a very smoky or very peaty whiskey. Whereas the Highland single malts and the Speysides tend to be much purer, no peat at all. And they focus more on the grain and the cask aging. Because depending on what type of cask you transfer the whiskey to as it ages, it imbues different flavours into the whiskey. So new wood or fresh wood would give you vanilla and pear from the oak, from virgin oak. So you get a lot of pear flavours come, very light, delicate, appley, peary flavours. If you transfer into a bourbon cask, for example, you get the smoky, sweet caramel flavours from bourbon. If you go into a rum cask, you get that Demerara molasses taste, which I love. I love rum finish whiskies. But usually the cask that you finish off with is the one that gives it the most character.
I did get to try a Highland Park 25-year-old, and
Nice.
that was really, really smooth.
The last I've been into, we went up to Inverness when I was still with the X, because I'm in Newcastle, so I'm about an hour away from the Scottish border. But when I was living here the first time with the X, my dad came up and we went up to Inverness because he wanted to go and see Loch Ness, which is great. You're not going to see much, but
Yeah.
we saw Loch Ness. We also went dolphin spotting off the coast.
Nice.
Because the Moray Firth there is very popular with dolphins and occasionally killer whales and basking sharks. So you get seals, dolphins, and occasionally basking sharks. But on the way back down, because my dad was driving back, starting in Inverness, we did the Whiskey Trail.
Nice.
And we ended up stopping at all of the distillery headquarters that have got the visitor centres, and you do a little tour and they talk about your whiskey and you have a bit to drink. And obviously my dad was taking his share and just passing it to me because he doesn't drink.
Yeah.
And we did about 4 of those, and we found my favourite whiskey at the time was a brand called Longmorn. Not really heard of much in Europe anymore. They seem to export to the States more often than not. But we found the distillery for Longmorn, and the gates were open, and we kind of drove in and parked and started wandering around, wondering where the visitor centre was. And then all of a sudden, the security guard comes running over, telling us, no, you can't come in here. It's like, why not? The door's open. Want a drink? And he directs us to the Glen Grant distillery, because it's all owned by Glen Grant. But apparently we broke into the Longmorn distillery, which is great.
Can't really call that breaking in. But...
Well, if you leave the door open, you're just asking for trouble, aren't you? And hell, I can drink about half a bottle of Johnny Black, and I'm still talking to you like I am now.
Yeah,
it takes me at least half a bottle to get started. That's why I don't go out and drink anymore. But I grew up drinking rum because I'm from the Caribbean.
Yeah.
You've heard of Demerara sugar, brown sugar? Demerara is the farming region of where I was born. That's what used to be called British Guyana, next to Suriname and Venezuela. But Demerara is the farming region, and that's where all the sugarcane fields are. And that's how my family ended up in the Caribbean, is basically slave labor for the East India Trading Company. So we were brought over in the early 1800s to basically work the sugarcane fields, and my family's been there ever since. I had an uncle that worked in one of the rum distilleries, and because you work for the distillery, and because it's kind of West Indian, everything's a bit laid back, and you could basically tap a barrel and take a bottle home with you. And that's like 85-90% by volume.
Yeah.
Not proof, by volume. And that's the stuff I cut my teeth on when I was about 12 years old. My uncle came over to the UK, brought a bottle, just an unlabelled bottle of this clear white rum, and just started sharing it out. And my mum told me this story because I can't remember a damn thing about that night. But apparently we were up till 4 a.m. telling crazy stories. And I was absolutely hammered. Absolutely hammered. And that's basically 180% proof. Or
I've had that before.
That's fantastic. But
put half a shot in a big glass of eggnog, all I could taste was the rum.
Oh, we were drinking it neat. The first drop on my tongue almost floored me. After that, I kind of acclimatized quite quickly. But that was great stuff. That was fantastic.
I don't know much about rum, but I had an Angostura rum that was really nice. And it was actually a friend of mine who I think it had been given to him as a gift, and he hadn't even opened it. He was like, "Yeah, I'm just not interested." He was like, "You can open it though and have some if you want." I was like, "Yeah, it's like the best rum I ever tasted."
The only rum that we ever drink, funny enough, is the Kraken rum. We enjoy it.
I feel like
I don't mind Kraken. Kraken's quite nice.
It's good.
It took me a while to get my head around spiced rum, but I got there.
Yeah.
I gotta go I gotta go grab some whiskey now.
Go for it.
He's like, okay, that's it. All this talk, it's happening. What do you guys think about what do we make ourselves? The stronger stuff. Like
moonshine?
Moonshine. What do you guys think about moonshine?
In Hungary, they sell. Well, they don't sell. They make something called Kerite Sagator, which translate to paint stripper. It's basically it's kind of like brandy. It's made out of fruit, whatever fruit's available. Usually quince or pear. But it's fantastic stuff. I went into a bar in Hungary. This was my third trip to Budapest, and I just went into the bar around the corner from the hotel and said, "Right, what's the strongest thing you've got?" And he took down this unlabeled bottle of white spirit. You could be cleaning paintbrushes with this thing for all I knew. And I took a swig of that, and it must have been in the 80+%. And all it tasted of was apricots and pears and cherry. There was no coarse alcoholic taste behind there. I don't know how they managed it, but this stuff was fantastic. And he gave me a bottle to take home with me.
Little did Omar know he was drinking water, flavored water. That's the strongest we got, buddy.
The bottle he took down had little marks on the edge of the bottle.
It's like,
every time they sell a shot, they've got to mark the level of the bottle to make sure that the staff aren't stealing it. That's how good this stuff was.
Wow.
God, what did he charge me? I think it was about 100 euros for this thing.
Puerto Rico. Cool.
Probably been about 200 Canadian for this bottle.
Wow.
But that just went in the suitcase. Fantastic stuff. It really was. You can get similar kind of things in the Czech Republic called Palinka. But it's basically a fruit brandy, and it's usually homemade. So whatever fruits are in season, they just keep distilling it down until there's no colour or flavour left, and you've just got raw ethanol, and you can basically power cars on this stuff.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Well, now that I'm not on my stream, I'm fine to say it, but my family makes moonshine, and it's been a popular thing in our family for a long time.
I feel like I need another tie. I'm not quite spiffy enough at the moment.
Not spiffy enough. It's so shiny. It's silver.
Yeah. My tie collection is in the 60s number. Also, I've got a very large collection of ties. I'll send you some.
Like a woman with shoes.
I'll put some pictures on the Discord.
I have 3.
I have 1. Hey.
I've got at least 10 of each color. That's your Harry Potter one, is it?
Your Harry Potter one, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I can be spiffy too. You guys can teach me how to tie a tie.
Well,
around
first
the
thing
loops.
is you put it around your forehead.
Yes.
Hang on, I've got a swap pocket square.
One. This is a true beauty.
There we go.
This is like the fanciest I can get. I look like a gypsy now. Fuck that. Leave me alone, Omar.
Or a sequined Rambo. I've just got images of Gizmo with his little bow made out of a paperclip.
See, Hitman's already asking how many shots I've had, and I've only sipped on it.
Anyway, right, let's get back to this before we derail this game entirely.
We've already derailed heavily.
Right.
How you do it.
Stop the engine. Right. You're going across the street and you are meeting with the wizard for hire, Rincewind.
I'm getting ready for him so that I'm nice and spiffy for his. Is this how you tie?
The heck do you do? You just do a half Windsor or a full Windsor?
I do a full Windsor.
I don't know. What's that?
That's a half Windsor.
Why does it look so weird?
That's what we typically.
Half Windsor.
Yeah, that's what we typically call a school knot over in the UK.
Half Windsor. It's kind of hard to actually get it to.
You've got one. Eric's got one of the nice glasses as well.
I do have one of the nice glasses. This is
Right.
just my regular Killamon. But...
Why'd you bother with the glass?
What the heck? You got a flute?
No,
it's a whiskey snifter.
Yeah.
That looks so small in your hands.
Yeah, it's a shame that Mike, Zyotis Mike, doesn't join in with our streams, but that's my that's the nearest thing I've got to a 50 Shades of Grey tie. My little one loves this tie.
Probably watch those movies at one point.
No, really don't. They're awful. Yes. Read the books. The books are awful, but at least read the books. The movies are terrible. I know people that are into bondage, and the movies are a joke. The books aren't bad, but the movies are a joke.
Here, can I gently tie this tie around your neck? Fuck no.
Yeah, we've still got to get your dad joining in.
Sober, BJ.
We've still got to get your dad joining in. Okay, you're going across the street to speak to Rincewind, the wizard for hire.
Yep.
You push open the door. There's a little jingle of a bell above the door, and you're greeted by a wall of pipe smoke. Fanning your way through the fog in this tiny little shop, you see a wizard in rather tatty-looking red robes, sitting on a stool with his feet up on the counter, puffing on a really long-stemmed pipe. He's not blowing bubbles, no.
That's literally what I see people doing when they have that long pipe. They're like...
What, with little bubbles coming out of it?
Yeah, with little smoke bubbles.
Either that or they're fish.
I have fish and they don't do that.
I don't know. It's just a me thing.
He looks over at you and kind of cocks an eye, He's like, in an expression that kind of portrays are you really there, or have I been smoking too much?
No, we're really here.
Just smacks him in the face. Hello!
Are you doing okay?
Customers, what can I do for you?
Yeah, now I remember Rincewind.
My safe word is not pineapple. Go away.
Well, I got a couple of items I wouldn't mind you check it out. See if you can expand on my knowledge about them.
Does that mean I've got to get up?
I'll bring it to you.
I don't know. Depends on if you need to stand up or not.
He kind of leans forward and pulls his feet off the counter, and then immediately tips over and almost falls off the stool. Right. Yeah. What have you
got? Okay. Well, first thing I'll do is I'll put my mace out.
It's a mace.
Mace.
Has he been drinking too?
Did you want to know more about it?
Yo, how in a bottle of rum.
You want to know more?
Because you know that's going to cost you, but I can tell you for free. It's a mace.
Well,
I already want to smack this dude.
Okay, long story short, he explains to you that identification of magical items are a fixed fee, 1,000 gold. And he will tell you if the item is magical and what properties it may possess. He can't guarantee that any of his predictions or observations are 100% accurate, depends what day it is, but he'll do his best. Some magical items may be beyond him because he's only a certain level of wizard, and you would need to leave the items with him and come back tomorrow, because these were quite complicated rituals that he would need to perform to examine these items.
So kind of like the difference between an identify and a legend lore.
You're not going to get much in the way of legend lore out of Rincewind. You'd probably be upping the price considerably and going somewhere else for that kind of detail. But the general gist, and then you can kind of figure out the rest for yourself, is about what he specializes in. What he can also do is do very gentle enchantments on some items. So if you have a weapon that you want to add a certain ability to, he can certainly give it a magical property. But we're not getting much beyond... we're not getting towards masterwork level. He's not that good a wizard. Or at least you figure out that he's not that good a wizard.
That's a mace. Who all wants their stuff checked out? I should probably do this dagger because it's the ceremonial dagger of Hummalumma Ding Dong, and I need to make sure it doesn't kill us all. So I'm gonna do mine.
Okay.
And you want yours, obviously.
Yeah, because I got the battle axe, I got the mace.
So you're doing...
Probably do the necklace, maybe.
This one?
No, my necklace. The pendant.
Your necklace.
For the dragons.
The medallion.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, probably don't need to do the crown of feathers because we kind of have the gist of what it does.
I'm running out of martini.
Oh. So yeah, I'd say like there's 3 items for me.
Okay. And we could have him check out Mr. Pump, but I don't know if that will do, so I guess we'll go with the 4.
He looks up at Mr. Pump.
Golem.
Yeah, he's a golem, isn't he?
Golem.
Okay, so your mace, Brian. The battle axe, your medallion.
Yep.
And the
Sam,
dagger.
Your pendant, your necklace, and your dagger.
Okay.
What else? We're up to 5 so far.
Well, I'm sure the shovel and the wheelbarrow's probably okay. Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh. Ooh.
This is when writing things down on your character sheet is a good idea.
What about my egg?
Do you want to take out the egg and show it to him?
I don't want to show anybody anything. I want to hatch it and make it my little one.
It's not gonna happen. No.
Okay, so just the 5 items. He holds out a hand expectingly.
Was it 5? I thought it was 6.
Brian's medallion,
So Brian...
mace and battle axe, your dagger and your necklace.
I thought you had 3 weapons. Never mind. We're good then.
Didn't you have like earrings or something like that? Or a tiara?
Oh, there's a drinking horn. That is definitely a drinking horn.
Very
Very nice, Adam.
Wait, what? Where?
In the Discord chat.
In my Discord.
And that's a drinking horn being used to full effect. Upside down, of course, because I'm guessing he's from the Antipodes.
I poured a little too much and decided to drink it all at once.
Is that actually what, Adam, is that what actually happens if you're from Australia? Do all your pictures come up upside down?
Adam, I love your hair. So long and luxurious, not mine.
That's impressive.
It is pretty impressive.
I'm liking how everybody's turning like that to look at the pictures.
I was like, what?
Okay, Rincewind holds out his hand expectantly.
Oh, wait.
Wait?
Did he?
Are you
did he
sure I
say
have
how much
something
it
else
was?
on?
Has he said how much?
Yeah, it was like a
1,000 each.
it was like a tiara.
1,000 each. Can I intimidate?
To intimidate,
found, like, a
you've got to be
circle of
dealing
things,
with
so-
somebody relatively intelligent.
Oh, I know.
Oh,
I know.
no. It was my ring. It was my ring.
Your ring, the squid ring.
Yeah, squid ring.
Okay, he reaches over and tries to pull the ring off
I
your
was just
finger.
gonna say it won't come off. So.
And it doesn't move. Instead, the tentacles writhe,
Help.
tightening around your finger even more.
Brian, you looked absolutely terrified there. You scared me for a second.
Right. 6,000 gold, and I can tell you some of it now. He looks at you with a very gormless look on his face.
6,000 gold from my backpack of holding.
Okay, it takes you a few moments to count all that out. Make sure you mark that off your tally.
I really just want to like pick
Children,
him up.
did you take my pencil?
I really just want to pick him up and be
You want me
like
to give you a pencil, Sam?
3,000 gold.
Yes.
So you've got to deduct the 10,000 from Janet, the armorer,
Okay.
and 6,000
6.
from Rincewind.
Keep drinking, Omar.
He
Forget
said
those
5,000.
numbers.
You heard him. You heard him say
Haha,
5,000.
5. You heard it here first. I need a pencil.
Something tells me no amount of drinking would make Omar forget numbers.
She hasn't even drunk that much.
Okay, well, you're doing that calculations. I'm going to refill my cask. I'll be right back.
For these brass knuckles or steel knuckles or whatever.
Platinum knuckle.
Yeah. What? Because those, oddly enough, don't exist in D&D Beyond.
Of course not. This is a homebrew game.
Yeah, I know, but like laser pistol is a thing in D&D Beyond, but you don't have brass knuckles. Come on.
Well, you have something similar to that in Oriental Adventures.
This is why I have a serious issue with many DMs that try and run 5th edition games, is that they're still in the 3.5 or Pathfinder mentality, when if it's not in the rules, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And bullshit, right. Anything you want to happen can happen in a D&D game. You just need a DM that can do it.
You can always base stuff off of other weapons.
Which is what I've been doing all the way through this game.
Yeah, exactly.
Because fire gems do not exist in this world.
Exactly.
But Sam pulled a fire gem because it was the only way she could describe what she wanted to do. So I based it off of a level 4 fireball spell.
Right. Yeah.
So the entire framework is there, and all I've got to do is I can use that however I choose. Now, the problem is that breaks down when you don't trust your DM.
Right.
If the guy that's spinning you the story is adamantly trying to kill you at every step, then maybe that's not the most trustworthy guy to just homebrew an item. But how else would you get a Vorpal butt plug?
I mean, when I ask, I expect for one.
Yes, riddle me that.
Brian, your face is a little bit cut off by the other monitor there, or the other.
You need to tilt down.
The dice.
Is that a little bit? Oh, you want me to tilt down a bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm more saying Now you're more in the center. Oh, look, Brian's chest.
Okay.
That chest is not hairy enough to pull off a medallion. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll slouch down in my chair now.
No, you can move up. It was just that you were over so far that the dice were cutting off your face.
Yeah.
That's my dice tray on the stream, she means. Yeah, so that's the thing with 5th edition. 5th edition was lightweight, it was flexible, it's a framework, because as a DM you can adapt it to anything. I've seen some very good DMs adapt it to 1980s cartoons that you would have grown up watching on a Saturday morning.
Right.
So a Visionaries campaign, but using 5th edition.
That's a callback.
Exactly. So this is why I've been able to create a D&D universe within the Discworld, because, okay, there are equivalents in D&D to match the kind of thing I'm thinking of, but some things just don't exist, so I've got to make it up on the spot.
Yeah. And
Brass Knuckles being one of them.
Now,
I
especially...
have some of those figures.
now, especially when you've got Google and everything that you can... Because, like, the Golem, when I came up with him, I just Googled...
I don't know if you can see there, Brian, but just there is a Jake Rockwell in Wild Weasel. Centurions.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that one.
Actually, I'll tell you what, I'm going to grab this. Because...
Get the shiny gold plate.
This is vintage as fuck. That's my Jake Rockwell Centurion. And a G1 Grimlock.
I have one of him too.
Original Gen 1 Transformer.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And the joints are not all floppy.
Dresser drawer of them. Now, I have an Ultra Magnus, but I don't have an Optimus Prime. I have a Galvatron, but I don't have a Megatron.
Oh, very nice. So you went Gen 2.
No, it's Gen 1. It's just Galvatron was an evolution from the movie.
Yeah.
That continued on after the series finished, and then it started back up again.
There's a guy on YouTube that does a lot of toy restoration and collections, and I sent him a whole ton of old toys that I found when I was moving back up here. Loads of old G.I. Joe figures and vehicles. Yeah. Sent him an absolute ton of those, and he's done full restorations and videos on some of this stuff, but I didn't have any particular attachment to them, so... I do miss my Mask toys, but I think my sister sold them on eBay. Most of my Star Wars toys, the vehicles I've still got, but the figures have gone missing, as of all the guns, of course. But yeah, that's the few that I've kept. You can see just... Hang on, where is it? There is a Hoth Wampa. The Hoth Snow Beast. That's my little mini Star Wars shelf.
Yes.
Anyway.
I'm a Star Wars fan, but I don't have anything Star Wars related.
Yeah, I'm OG Star Wars, so...
Oh, well, actually, no, that's not entirely true, because my sister got me this last Christmas.
Oh, nice.
What does it do?
Well, it has, like, it's got, like, a mobile fact, like, it'll roll around on the floor, but it... Can you hear it?
Of course I can.
Yeah, that's great.
I don't even watch Star Wars and I want one.
So I know some people in the R2 Builders Club. Because there's a guy in the 501st that my brother knew who actually built... He's a member of the R2 Builders Club, so he's built his own R2 unit. Fully remote control.
Oh, yeah.
All operated from a single... Like half of a PlayStation controller. Just a single thumbstick with buttons that he keeps in his pocket.
That's crazy.
Anyway, right. Rincewind is wanting payment. Sam, you count out.
I took it out.
So
I
you
just
count.
imagine we had that whole conversation in character, and he's just like, "What?"
He looks up and's like, "Are you two fucking done?"
What's an R2? So Sam, can you deduct 16,000 gold from your tally?
I did.
Okay.
Tally-o!
He starts with the coral ring. That's bad.
Bad juju.
That's bad. Yeah. Magic. Not good magic. That's very bad. He refuses to touch it.
But he just did, because he tried to take it off her finger.
True. Very true.
Can you elaborate?
That's like You know those flat things with the tomato and the cheese on? Pizzas.
Bruschetta.
That's like pineapple on a pizza. Bad.
I thought you liked
Oh,
pineapple.
well,
Is
now
that-
that
wait.
you say it that way.
Is that what Rincewind said?
Yeah.
Can I just...
All right, Richmond.
But
He's in the group.
I
Pineapple.
like pineapple on pizza.
You or the golem says that.
The golem.
Very brave. He looks at the dagger, pulls the dagger out, kind of does a over the top of it. It's magic. It's masterwork. So, Sam, on your character sheet for your dagger, you know where you normally have like a +1 for your attack bonus if it's a magical weapon? This dagger is a +2.
Okay.
So
Why
when you
are my other ones +3?
which one?
Because that's your ability.
Yeah, that's your ability score.
The dagger of the Black Pearl, as we called it.
Yeah,
right?
so you've got your proficiency.
that already says +3.
That's +3.
Why would
So
it?
that's now changing to a +4.
Oh,
So it would have been +2 because of your proficiency, and then +1 because you realized it was a very nice weapon. But it's actually a much nicer weapon than you realize. So
+1 because it's this color.
So when you roll to attack, you're adding +4 to your dice.
Okay.
Only for the attack, not for the damage. The damage
Okay.
you get your sneak attack. What he also tells you is that the dagger is enchanted. So there is magic in the weapon. Apart from the fact that it is already wickedly sharp. And the fact that when you picked it up, you felt like the dagger had intention behind it.
Mm-hmm.
That it wanted to kill. That it wanted to fulfill its purpose. You casually mention this to him, and he immediately puts it down. Yeah. That might be cursed, or it might be sentient. I could look into that, but it would take more time. And
Probably best. Oh, right.
and more.
Right.
But it's definitely masterwork, and it's definitely magical. I don't think it's evil. He closes his eyes and mutters for a moment, just waving his fingers around. And sneezes. No, not evil.
Not evil?
Not evil. He moves on to your necklace. The feather necklace. Kind of waves his hand over the item. Definitely magic. Feels like good magic.
He doesn't get two hands going in there checking it out, does he?
Feels
No, it's
warm. Soft?
Like no necklace I've ever felt.
I'm assuming you've laid it on the
Oh,
table
shit.
at this point.
Oh, probably.
It feels like he looks over at he looks over to the cleric. Brian, you're life domain, aren't you?
Yeah.
It feels like something you would have. It feels like life domain. There's an energy here, but it's a positive, warm energy. Can't tell you any more than that. Moves on. To your locket. Sorry, your medallion.
Medallion.
Yeah, it's full on 70s. There's still some chest hair stuck in the chain. He examines the carving, doesn't recognize it, but is very intrigued by it. Almost very similar to the carving that you saw on the door to the dragon's chamber, where the dragon was imprisoned. So you've got the battle with the wizards down in the bottom and the mountains in the background and the dragons flying in the sky. Never seen one like this before. There's something here, but it's very faint. Maybe magical, but there's no distinct energy to it. It's definitely old.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The source I got it from.
Some of the chest hairs are grey. It's definitely old.
And they're not mine.
That's what she said.
Well, I don't even think I'd have chest hairs right yet, so. Because my character's only like 21.
He can't tell you.
Know how old my character.
He can't tell you any more than that. Sam, you're an elf. You live to about 500-600 years old. So as a teenager, you'd be maybe 100 years old as a teenager.
I think it said that I was like 111 or something. I wrote it down. I remember now. 11-1.
He moves on to your mace. Oh, life domain, definitely a cleric's weapon. Has a hint of holy about it. Was this the mace that you started off with, Brian?
Yeah, it's a plus. Like I know at least it's a +2, and it has the lightning damage.
Yeah. There's no other energy in it but the lightning. So that one kind of is what it is. It's a mace that does additional lightning damage. But the battle axe, he kind of pauses over. He examines the blade, examines the shaft of the axe. Definitely masterwork. So that's definitely a +2 weapon. He lays his hand on the blade and immediately recoils from the blade, kind of rubbing his hands together from the cold. Magical. Not very nice magic. Cold magic. Feels like burning, but not hot burning. He closes his eyes and kind of wiggles his fingers around a bit. It's been kept in a dark place for a long time. It's absorbed energy from the person that wielded it before.
Oh, joy.
And it's cold. It's so cold. Not
cold like death?
Not like a snowy morning, more like a blizzard cold. It's definitely...
Oh, so Canada!
So, yeah, like a Canadian Tuesday kind of cold. No. Wednesday.
Canadian Wednesday.
It's definitely a +2 weapon, Brian.
Okay.
It's definitely a cold touch weapon. Now, you're going to be dealing, for you as a player, you're going to be dealing at least an extra D6 cold. But he can't tell you if it's any more than that. Not yet. It's too old for him to be sure. This is hundreds of years old. He's amazed it's still in one piece. The other thing that he notices is that the weapon, like the dagger, the weapon has an intent to it. It's not cursed. He would tell you straight away if the weapon was cursed. And to be fair, if the weapon was cursed, it's too late. But it has an intent. So there's more to it than just the cold. But he can't tell you any more than that. Not without extensive time studying the weapon. And I mean rituals that take several hours to perform.
So should we like leave the axe and the dagger with him?
You can if
we should anyways. Like the thing is, we need to watch the amount of gold we have, because right now, one, we still have to get on a boat, and two, we only have 18,570 left, and he said it was going to be pricey to keep it overnight.
Also bear in mind that if you're leaving your weapons here, you are effectively defenseless.
Well, I still have the mace.
You still have your mace. And you still have a Mr.
Big
Pump.
old golem here, okay? Just hop on his back and he's ready. He's gonna have his freaking bun soon. Bun.
Bun.
So excited. I'm so excited.
Eric, this is how I'm expecting you to rage in the future.
Adam's gonna be just demolished.
Right. Do you want to leave the weapons with him?
Yeah.
So what? You're leaving the dagger and
The dagger.
Dagger and the axe.
Dagger and the axe.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. He takes them in, gives you a little receipt. Come back from tomorrow.
I don't even know how you do that.
I'll know more tomorrow.
Hey, do you want to become famous, Omar?
Do I? Do I want to become famous? I'm not sure if I do.
You've become big enough.
I can't do the other one.
People are asking you to be famous.
Yeah, let me gift him a sub. Oh crap! Wrong button.
Oh wow!
Sorry guys, I clicked the wrong button. I was going to give him a sub.
Oh, that's rough.
Whoops.
Technical.
Whoops! I was going to gift him a sub. I need the subs.
Segue there.
Right. Okay. So you leave the 2 items with Rincewind. You'll come back for those tomorrow. You step out of his shop, and you see the first person you've seen on the streets since you've been out of the tomb. You see a little street kid standing just on the corner opposite you.
What are you gonna try and choke him?
Yes.
The rogue kind of steps over to the street kid, just immediately wanting to hug and nurture him.
I'm
Sam,
not gonna go up and hug the kid. He's gonna run away and think that I'm a fucking predator.
Sam, can I get a D20 from you, please?
It's too late. Oh no.
Yeah, you can.
What part of town are we in right now?
Orcs
Oh,
make
bad
beautiful
boy.
lovers. Yes, indeed. Orcs do need love too. Not all orcs, but some orcs. Yes.
Orcs
Thank you.
make beautiful lovers.
Thank you for joining, Orc. I don't know how long you've been in the room, but this is a 5th edition D&D game based on Terry Pratchett's Discworld. Orcs do exist, but not quite yet.
I think that's a 6.
That's a 6.
You think?
Well, for some reason, they're all the same dice.
No, you'll
they're
have
not.
either a dot or an underscore.
Yeah, it's a 6. It's a 6.
Yeah, so the 6 will be a dot at the bottom.
Yep.
Okay. You approach the street urchin.
Run away!
Clothes are really ragged. He doesn't look like he's eaten for a couple of days. And
Sausage?
he immediately.
You guys want a sausage?
Oh, where's
Yes.
Dustin and his thrower sausage? I need to weaponize.
Not
the
even
sau-
here, and it's still
I need to
carries on.
weaponize that sausage
I
throwing.
know.
Just as you kind of get close enough to give him a hug, he turns and sprints off. It takes
I
you
cast clairvoyance.
It,
Oh, sorry, that's Skyrim.
Brian and Eric, can I get a perception roll from the pair of you, please?
Oh, wow,
I rolled
this
a
is-
20
I just wanted to
already,
feed
so I'm
him.
probably going to roll a 1 here.
This is probably the most perceptive the golem has ever been. 19 minus 2, so 17.
Okay.
The golem's just
Wow.
gonna overtake us out of pure like, you guys don't deserve to live.
Well,
Your
for some-
body,
I got
you come in here.
For some reason,
I
the
got the
golem
same
is
as you.
really skeptical of street children.
Because they ain't no buns. They're not soft.
Yeah, well, I got a 12 because I rolled a 6 as well.
Okay, so we've got a 12 and a 17. Orcs, we are in the Discworld. The Discworld by English author Terry Pratchett. It is a flat disc sat atop the back of 4 elephants who ride upon the back of the great star turtle Atuin. Eric, you immediately take flight after this little child. Immediately.
Bun.
No. Eric, you've
I
seen
love
what
you
the rest
too.
of them haven't. The little street urchin made away with Sam's backpack of holding.
Oh,
No.
shit.
Oh, this kid's getting a smack in the ass.
Only once the golem runs past you, Brian, do you and Sam realize that something's wrong? Oh, we have
Yeah.
got a raid on.
Of 20.
Oh, welcome all raiders.
Welcome.
Nerdy Northerners.
Nerdy Northerners.
Hey, hang on. I'm in the north.
I am also in the north.
No,
I
you're
am also.
you're way up north. You're in
Yeah.
another country north.
I'm more north than you are.
Nerdy Northerners, thank you for the raid and thank you for bringing your folks with you. It's a double raid. Hang on, is it a double raid? What?
It's a double raid.
Oh, did someone raid?
Maybe they
Nerdy
got
Northerners?
raided and
Yeah.
then they brought their raiders.
Oh, it's
to
a double
you.
raid. Where are you from, Nerdy? I'm in Newcastle in the north of England. And we are currently in the middle of a Homebrew 5th edition D&D campaign based in Terry Pratchett's Discworld. I don't have Streamlabs or anything set up. I've only recently become affiliate, so I haven't set any of the extras up yet. But yeah, we've got 2 Canadians in the room, and one's maybe American, but somewhere over in Swedeland.
It's just way too late down there. That's
Oh, you're from Canada.
what time is it for you right
Oh, you're from Canada as well.
All right, another Ontarian.
Hey!
So, our players are in Ankh-Morpork, the largest city in the disc, and they've just had a backpack of holding pickpocketed by a little street urchin. A backpack of holding that's holding somewhere close to 26,000 gold.
If you want to be specific, it's 18,570, little asshole.
Plus gems and
I
magical
meant a kid, not
items.
you.
So I had to do it too, Sam.
You heard your what?
So,
Yeah.
whoops.
You did it, so I had to do it too.
Okay, Mr. Pump, you are a couple of seconds ahead of the rest of the party. Welcome.
I
to-
should note that my walking speed is 40, so it's quite quick.
Yes. Guys in the chat, you are witnessing the first D&D, certainly in my game, the first hot pursuit through the streets of Ankh-Morpork. I expect you to be crashing through lots of cardboard boxes, Starsky and
Oh,
Hutch style.
my. Walls as well.
So, Mr.
Oh, sorry.
Pump and the rest of you, we're going to have to do this as a combat round. Roll for initiative. Oh, thank you very much for the follow there, Nerdy North.
It's 17 for me.
14 for me.
17,
I got an
14.
18.
Brian?
Oh wait, I have advantage on
18.
initiative.
Let me just fix this up right now. I can fix this. I can fix this. nerdy northerns deserve
Now,
to
mind
be
you-
in the north.
So Sam streams, but I don't.
So, Eric, you got 17?
Yeah.
Brian was an 18?
Yep.
Sam? Yeah, top left is Eric. He's our American lost in the Swedeland. Bottom left there, we've got Brian. He's a fellow Canadian. And we've also got Silver Streak down in the bottom here, who's busy shouting at her kids.
Loving, gentle, nurturing.
Nurturing! What did you roll, Sam?
14 in total.
Bloody hell. 14. Okay, so I've got to rewrite the list now. Right, okay. You have seen the street urchin turn around and run. You've seen Mr. Pump immediately take flight after this child. Initially, you think it's a bun reaction. But Mr. Pump is growling as he runs past you. So you get the feel
like a rabid dog, just like, give me that kid.
It takes a moment for you to realize that something's wrong. And that this is not a I want cuddles scenario.
Picture.
So we are going to start at the top of the round with our street urchin who is dashing through the streets. And when I mean dashing, we are in the street of cunning artificers. There are barrels, there are boxes in these back alleyways behind the shops. There are going to be empty carts. There are going to be...
Hey, Brian, you and I can become a barrel.
Do I
Catch
even
that kid?
do I even notice that these things exist?
Or
Not
is he
really.
just like pushing
No.
past them?
Mr. Pump, you are going to be moving at your full speed no matter what.
Yeah.
Unless you decide to go through something solid like brick,
Right.
or a tree, or a forest, you are going to be moving at full speed. And at best, you are just about able to keep up with this street urchin.
Okay.
Guys in the chat, we decided to get dressed up for episode 7 of our D&D game.
Formal Friday.
We thought we'd do a little bit of a Bond theme, hence my arrangement down here by my dice. We've got some Casino Royale poker chips and cards, as well as the ubiquitous Bond weapon. Weapon is clear, by the way, if anybody was wondering. So, Mr. Pump goes dashing after the street kid. Brian, you're up next. You've realised something's wrong because Mr. Pump's gone barrelling after him. Not because of the barrelling, but because of the growl. Instinct tells you this is not a huggy situation. This is a squishy situation.
Follow quickly.
Okay, at maximum speed, you're able to dash. So, what's your movement speed normally?
30.
So, you'll be able to move 30 without... because you'll be dodging through obstacles. If you want to dash and move at double speed, you're going to need to be making dex checks to avoid some of these obstacles in your way.
Well, can I just say, would he? Because I'm probably destroying most of the objects.
Which probably makes it worse, because there's an awful lot of debris scattered around now.
Fair.
Kind of trip over stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's already a couple of broken boxes. There's a ring from a barrel just rolling across the street. For some reason, there's chicken feathers in the air.
So
all right.
True chase scene.
Oh man. I've had just enough whiskey and beer, by the way.
So, Brian, are you moving at regular speed, or are you going for a dash?
Well, I could try a dash, but it's going to be straight rolls.
Right, so, okay, if you're going to be dashing, you might be able to catch up with Mr. Pump, because he's got a bit of a head start, but I'll need some dex checks from you. So give me a d20 with your dex bonus.
I got a 13.
13. Okay. You don't manage full speed. So you don't manage to catch up with Mr. Pump, but you're gaining on him.
Right.
Are you doing anything else on your turn? You've used your action and your movement. I'll allow you a bonus action if you want to shout at the other members of the party. Why are we running?
Who the fuck is... What's going on with the chase? What's he got?
So, guys in the chat, while our players are deliberating, this is a Homebrew 5th edition game based on Terry Pratchett's Discworld. We're heavy on the sarcasm, light on the combat. Combat is always the last thing you should be doing. If you've gotten into combat, you've done plenty of things wrong. But
Sam.
My game is very much character-based and puzzle-based. If you are interested in my clips, you'll see our previous 6 episodes up to now, and also you'll see a link to my YouTube on there as well, which will take you to the same playlist.
The sarcasm is both from the game and from the players.
Mostly from the game. Mostly from the game. As a party, you are hindered by at least one American.
Sometimes too.
I'm sorry, I was looking at something on my phone and it just clicked.
Exactly. Okay,
Yeah,
Brian,
no, that's fair. I can't.
You kick yourself into gear. You manage to kind of step over a couple of broken barrels and some broken boxes. You kind of flap away the chicken feathers that have suddenly appeared in front of you, and you manage to make a little bit of ground on Mr. Pump as you see him running after this little street urchin. Sam, your turn.
Going as well.
You going for a dash?
Yep. 13.
13. Are you doing it stealthy?
No.
Okay, good, because that would be another dice roll.
No, there's no point.
Okay, you managed to keep pace with Brian, but you're not quite gaining. You've gained on Mr. Pump a little bit. You can see that Mr. Pump is actually chasing the child. Do you want to use your bonus to shout anything or to speak to the party? Because at the moment you're just running down an alleyway.
Shit. I'm literally picturing the stuff that you would say in my mind, and it's just making me laugh because I'm like, oh god, this could go so many different ways.
Okay, we're back to the little street urchin. The street urchin continues as fast as he can and skids around a corner. Kind of loses a little bit of his momentum as he slides on what looks like maybe some raw sewage or somebody's lunch. But he disappears around a corner into another alleyway. Eric, up to you.
Yes. I will continue pursuit.
Okay. You're continuing at your steady pace.
Yeah.
It's a steady pace. Yeah, things are kind of bouncing out of the way of the golem. You're barely noticing that things are there. You're running through a stack of wooden crates, and the wood just seems to disappear into like toothpicks. You tread on a wooden box that clucks and then suddenly stops clucking and squelches instead, and there's a puff of feathers.
So you're fine about killing buns, but you will just fucking murder chickens.
I hate chickens. That's now canon.
Okay.
For some reason.
You've managed to gain a little bit of ground on that street urchin. You can just see that him disappearing around that corner. You're probably about 30 feet away.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I? Is there potential to throw something?
You'd have to slow down to pick something up.
Okay, then I'm not going to do that. Is there anything else I can do?
I mean, you can grab a chicken out of the air and throw a chicken.
Well, of course, I'll try that.
I mean, overhand. Yeah, fingers on the laces, remember. Fingers on the laces.
Nerdy Mothers has a
Pay
fantastic
attention to that
weapon.
spider.
Can I get a D20 ranged attack, please?
Oh no.
This is 17.
Fans
I
quit
don't know.
Okay.
I don't know
You like
um,
my
what I add
bookums.
to that.
The rest of you, you see the golem in front of you just barreling through these obstacles as if they weren't there. Reach down and scoop up a chicken in with one hand, rotate it in his fingers, and then hurl it straight forwards towards the street urchin. Just as he disappears around the corner, you hear a "Brock!" as it goes flying through the air, spiraling with feathers just peeling off of it due to the sheer speed.
And then it looks like a rubber chicken by the time that it hits.
And then a definitive as it hits the edge of the wall. There is a cloud of pink and feathers and mechanically recovered meat.
Jesus.
Eric, you've just invented the chicken bazooka.
Yes. Yes.
We always knew that you had a
Special attack.
brilliant mind.
Special attack. We have to keep a chicken on hand at all
It'll
times.
be XX triangle chicken bazooka. That's both of the bumpers at the same time.
Right, yeah, of course.
So, Brian, you see a chicken explode against the corner of a wall in a puff of pink and feathers. It's your turn.
All right. I'm going to keep going here.
Wow.
See if I can catch up anymore.
This is my favorite session so
Oh,
far.
there we go. I got an 18 this time.
18. Okay, you dash, and you're able to keep pace with the golem this time. You're gaining ground. You're about 15 feet behind the golem, and you can just see the feet of that little street urchin as he disappears around that alleyway, followed by an explosion of chicken feathers. Somewhere in that midst there is a Happy Meal, but we'll worry about that on the next turn. Sam, you'll go.
There's the chicken nuggets.
Is that a 9-piece or is it just a 6-piece?
I think it might. I think if you can scrape up what's left, it might be a 4-piece. But there may be some ketchup. It's Ankh-Morpork. There's always ketchup. Sam, your turn. You're muted.
Gotta unmute yourself.
There we go.
You said that he went around a corner, right?
Yep.
Is it a building that I could meet him around the other side?
There's no other alleyways before that corner, but it is like a solid brick wall, and you can see roofs. So you could go up, but you'd have to climb. So you could climb and then dash across the rooftops, potentially. But that would be just 40 feet of movement, so you'd be attempting to go diagonally. Not diagonally.
I know what you mean. I'm just going to keep going on ground then and follow him.
Okay. Get a d20.
18.
18. Okay, so you managed to maintain full speed. You catch up with Brian, and you manage to get a few paces ahead of Brian as you're running towards the golem. You're about 10 or so feet behind the golem. And you also see the puff of chicken feathers and pink mist as it explodes against the corner of the brick wall.
Tell Sam to quit rolling the same thing that I roll.
Yeah, but that's not it though. I've been rolling low, and then my
Well, the last two rolls
dex
you
was
matched
high.
mine.
Sam's got a very high
I rolled
dex,
a
though.
13, and then I rolled an 18. You rolled a 13.
Yeah, but I rolled
and an
a
18.
6. No, I rolled a 6 and a 9, and then my
Oh
dex
yeah,
brought it
I
up.
rolled a 6 too. It's like our dice are linked.
Oh yeah, that's messed up. Wait, do I have to add my dex there?
You do, yeah.
Oh. 24?
Okay.
I didn't. You just said the D20. I'm like, oh, okay. I'll give
Okay,
that.
you make full speed, you overtake Brian, and you are hot on the heels of the golem. You are maybe 10 feet behind the golem,
Jumps on his back.
running at full speed. You can do, but you'll have to wait till the next round.
I'll slow him down. I won't do that.
Okay. The kid has disappeared down the alleyway, out of sight of all three of you. Until one of you rounds the corner, you won't know what's happened. So, Eric.
Yeah.
I am listening.
So I'm going to continue around the corner.
Okay, you can continue in at standard speed. You can see the kids starting as you come round the corner. You slide a little bit on the chicken guts.
Okay.
Bounce off the wall, taking out some of the stonework with you. And you can see that the kid's actually opening ground in front of you. You just can't run any faster.
It's not possible for me to dash at all.
It is possible, but you're going to need a very high dex roll. So if you want to try, you're welcome to. Give me a dex over 16 and I'll allow it. It's worth a try.
This is the moment that I roll the 1.
It was at that moment that he knew he fucked up.
Is a 15 total.
Okay,
so close.
You only make the 40 feet. The slide into the brickwork on the corner building takes a little bit of your speed off. You shake off some of the rubble and there's a little cloud of masonry dust left behind. But you're not able to gain any ground on him, and he is opening up some distance on you. You've still got your bonus action if you want to use it.
Are there any people out in the street at all?
Surprisingly, no. The city's dead. Everybody's fleeing from the thought of a dragon attacking Ankh-Morpork. Funny that.
Strange how that works.
It's weird. That's just like, yeah, wouldn't have thought. I mean, who knew? Dragon. Wow. What are the odds?
Just one word? Everybody runs?
It's a gajillion to 1 chance, but it just might work.
Especially my character is like, what's wrong with dragons? Okay, well, I don't think there's...
Yeah, I know, Mark, exactly. But sadly, I don't.
I feel like it might be important for our rogue to go up to get a better view and a better, a possibility of moving straight. Okay,
so do you want to stay on the corner and wait for her to catch up and then what, fling her? Toss her?
Well, if she catches up to me, I could do that mid-movement.
You could do,
perhaps.
Yeah.
Just kind of grab her arms and chuck her forward.
Okay.
Yeah. My initial thought was just to yell to her that she should go up. But if that's gonna get her up faster.
Okay, I'll let you hold your bonus action until the rogue catches up with you.
Yeah. Okay.
And then you will literally scoop her off her feet, whether she realizes or not, and fling her up onto the rooftops.
She just runs up beside me.
You know I could hear you the whole time, right?
Yeah.
She's gonna run up beside me and be like, hey, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on? Okay, Sam. Sorry, Brian, you're up next.
I'm still trying to catch up.
Yep, the rogue's past you. That old half-plate armor really isn't helping right now.
Go figure, the cleric is the slowest.
But the chain that I got right now, I don't have the half plate.
Oh, true.
She's making the half plate. I got a 10 this time.
Okay. you manage the weight of your armor and some of your items is really hindering you at this point. You're also stumbling over the broken boxes and upturned barrels, and you also skid past this entrance on the chicken guts and have to turn around and double back to get down the alleyway. You do see that the golem has stopped, almost stopped at the mouth of the alleyway. Some of the brickwork has crumbled. Not quite sure how that happened. And not only are there feathers, but there's also brick dust in the air. But as you skid past, you manage to turn around and run back to the mouth of the alleyway. You still got your bonus action if you want to do anything.
Okay, I guess probably just yell out how far ahead.
Okay, when somebody has a free bonus action, they'll be able to answer you.
I'm just kidding.
Sam.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Are you dashing?
I don't know. Am I getting put up on the damn roof?
You don't know yet.
Yeah, you won't know that till it happens.
Your character doesn't know what's going on yet. So just give me a d20 plus your dex.
You guys all suck. It's a freaking 9 again. Okay, 15. We're
15. Okay. You manage to gain ground on the golem as the golem crashes into the corner of the brickwork and takes down some of the masonry. You just get level with him. Entirely unexpectedly, the golem scoops you up in one hand and flings you into the air. You are currently flying through the air towards some very nicely tiled Italian-style rooftops. You know, the ones with the curved tiles.
I'd be happy to be on those rooftops. Let's be honest.
Can I get another dex check to see if you stick the landing?
Okay. 19.
19. You nail the landing. Land on both feet. You like superhero pose, straight down in the crouch. Tuck a roll up onto your feet immediately, and you look down in the alleyway, and you're level with that kid.
Yes.
Oh, you little bugger! I got you.
He hasn't seen you up on the roof. He doesn't know you're there. He's still looking over his shoulder.
Huh.
In his hand, you can see your backpack of holding.
Do I do something right now?
No, that's the end of your go.
I thought my turn's over.
The kid looks over his shoulder, sees a brick wall hit another brick wall. Dust flies everywhere. Oddly, there's chicken feathers. What's going on there? In the alarm, he stumbles on a loose cobblestone, loses his footing a little, so doesn't make full dash. Vaults over a couple of barrels, but he's running down this alleyway. This alleyway's pretty narrow. It's narrower than the first one. Eric, your go.
All right, I'm going to attempt to dash as well.
Okay. Give me over 16.
It's 13.
With your dex?
Yeah.
Which is what, -2?
No, it's actually +1.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Mine.
Intelligence and wisdom are -2.
You've just overhand flung the rogue up onto the rooftops. You haven't even bothered to see if she lands. But as soon as you do that, you just take off running. The thump like a T-Rex advancing through the forest into a car park as the golem just pounds his way along these cobblestone streets. You get the feeling.
No wonder this kid is booking it.
You get the feeling that some of these
T-Rex behind him.
these cobblestones are actually crumbling under the impact of your sprints. You manage to maintain ground on that little street urchin. You're not closing on him, but you're maintaining ground. Brian.
Okay, try and dash since I made it back to the mouth of the alley.
My pillow.
I got a 12.
Okay.
Poor Adam, just wasty pants right now.
So, Brian, You skidded past the mouth of the alleyway, stuck out a hand, and just grabbed the edge of the wall to slow you down. You've turned around and you've seen the golem throw the rogue up onto the rooftops and then take off down the alleyway. This is all very peculiar for a cleric. This is not what they told you would be happening in the world. You don't have enough pamphlets for this.
I don't have the endurance.
I still love the vision of the rogue catching up with the golem and just being like, "Hey, what's going on?"
As you manage to slow down and spin on your heels, a couple of pamphlets go flying, and you turn down the alleyway, and you manage to just about keep pace with the golem. You're still not entirely sure what's going on. But it's a nice day and you're out for a run and it's nice to be with friends. You've got your bonus section if you want to do anything.
Oh, yeah, I need one.
Well, is someone gonna answer me?
I can't. I'll give my position away.
Okay, Sam, your turn.
Okay, well, I don't want to kill this kid. But I want my thing back.
You saw the kid's kind of break step a little. He hasn't managed to make as much ground as you expected he would.
Oh gosh.
But you've kept pace with him so far. He hasn't quite made full distance that you would have expected. Seems to have slipped on a few things or been surprised by all the chaos behind him. He certainly wasn't expecting this much resistance.
Well, I kind of want to drop down in front of him so I can block him off, grab my freaking bag.
Okay, so you've got to do a full dash across the rooftops. On your next go, you'll be able to drop down, and hopefully you'll be ahead of him. But I do need a dex check.
No. It's only an 11.
Okay, you make it across the rooftops, but not as far as you hoped. So you're still level with him. But you're not out in front yet. You can see him weaving in and out of the barrels, hopping over some crates, ducking under a cart here and there. There's a very surprised horse somewhere along the alleyway. And it's now the kid's turn.
That Adam that.
Hi, honey.
Hi, Tennessee, honey.
I had a Vespa Martini, but it's mostly gone now, unfortunately.
Kill Shaman.
Well, I got a Sam coffee.
Because
if we're going by the movie, this is where I disappear off to the toilet and make myself throw up with a load of salty water. But, you know. Okay, Sam, all three of you are in view. You see the kid slip on something and goes down, and he goes down hard. He tumbles, just about manages to get back up on his feet. So you've got an opportunity to gain on him now. Eric.
Okay.
My
motherly instinct wants to give him a band-aid, though.
Can I make an audible laugh when he falls?
Would that be in character?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Well, he is experiencing more emotions. This could be his experience of humor.
I'm
not drinking coffee.
Guess who just rolled a nat 20 for that dash?
Nice. Okay. Mr. Pump.
Yes, it is, Adam.
You take off. Somehow, whether it's a crack in the cobblestones or a gap in the mortar, your feet dig in and find more traction than you expect, and you leap forward. Not in a baseball player's slide, but in a fuck you, I want that back kind of leap.
Yeah.
You sail over the top of the kid, tuck into a roll, and land on the ground in front of him, looking back at this kid as he pulls himself up. He doesn't look happy about that. He looks a little terrified. A brick wall has flown over his head and erected itself in front of him. All of a sudden, this alleyway doesn't go anywhere.
Yes.
For those of you in the chat, Eric here is playing a golem, which in the Pratchett verse is an animated clay figure, who is around about 8 or 9 feet tall, has developed not only the ability to speak, but also has no master, so is sentient, and has recently, due to the Battle of the Bun-Buns, learned what emotions are, and is somewhat conflicted by everything in the world right now.
If this child somehow manages to produce a bun, then he'll be safe.
A brick, from the child's point of view, a brick wall flies over his head, lands on the ground, turns, and in that superhero stance is crouched there on the ground, growling. The red eyes of the golem flaring like lanterns pointing out, pinning the kid in your gaze.
This poor kid.
Brian.
Exactly.
I'm gonna wait. Do I still have a bonus action?
Technically yes.
Because just through, well, I was gonna say through gritted teeth, but do I even have teeth?
Not really.
As much as can be possible to be gritted teeth, give me the bag.
You manage give back.
Yeah, okay.
Brian.
Okay.
You've seen the golem take flight. Literally flight. You didn't know he was capable of leaving the ground.
Oh. Okay, I'm done with the whiskey. That last sip was rough.
So how far away are they right now?
They're about 15, 20, about 25 feet in front of you. So you can use your full movement without having to dash.
Okay. I will use my full movement.
Okay. You manage to gain ground, and you can see the child picking himself up off the floor. The golem standing another 10 or 15 feet in front of you, menacingly, like some kind of man emerging from the soil, and frankly terrifying the poor child.
What?
You're
What?
almost within arm's reach. You've still got your action and your bonus.
Why do I think it's so funny that I'm terrifying this child?
What? I don't know what I can do for an action. Like I can do a combat spell, but
you can attack him. You can use magic. You can grab him and try and restrain him.
Okay, so yeah, with that, yeah, I would try and grab him and restrain him.
Okay. It's an opposed strength check, so this probably won't be much. Kid rolls a 17. He's a wriggly little devil.
Why, yes, he is too. Yeah, because I only got a 10.
Okay, you make a grab for him, but he kind of ducks underneath your arms and wriggles out of your space. At that point, the kid looks up and sees the rogue standing on the rooftops above you. Sam, your go.
So he's still like right there, or is he? Yeah, like he should be right beside me, right? And then the golem would have jumped in front of him.
Yeah, he's about parallel with you. So if you turn directly to your left, you'll see Brian and the little street kid down on the ground.
Okay.
Such good influences we are.
I know. Can I jump down now?
You can jump down. If you want to jump down, you'll need a dex check to see if you stick the landing. I've got rabbit hair absolutely everywhere.
Rabbit hair?
That's what my hat's made of. Rabbit fur.
Oh. I was like, did you skin one recently? Like on your
Yeah,
fucking desk,
it's
or-
back there. I threw it over my shoulder earlier.
Waiting for later to make a rabbit fur.
Where is it? That's my
Insult to injury.
Ooh,
it's my bun
dirty
hat.
20.
Don't show that to me.
I love that. I love that. It's so nice.
And if it's really
Nice
cold,
hat, though. Oh, that's great.
I can't hear anything now though. I've got fur in my ears. Right.
That was a good looking hat. I got 20.
You got a
unnatural 20.
unnatural 20. Okay.
Natural. God.
You leap
This poor
down
kid.
from the kind of the edge of the roof. It's only about a 10-foot drop. You land, tuck and roll, and you come up onto your feet, standing next to Brian. Between you, Brian, the golem, and the brick wall, you've got this kid cornered. And I'm going to pause there because I really need a wee. Okay, I'm not going to pause the stream, guys. I'm going to be back in just like a minute. I also need more booze, so...
Do you though?
Oh,
Do you?
oh, oh. I can tell the DM has had some unlucky rolls.
Yeah, that's true.
Lucky for us, unlucky.
In my pocket, I have food. Do you think
it a
that it would
sausage?
work? Well, it
I
doesn't
mean,
specify, so
at
I
this
can say
point-
it's sausage.
At this point, Brian, you have him restrained, right?
No,
No,
right?
I
You
No,
couldn't get
okay.
him.
Okay. I
Um,
mean, food could work. I could.
he's starving and like not clothed, and he stole for a reason. So if I was
Yeah.
thinking that if I tried to give him food and say like I need my bag back, here's some
Right.
food. Eat yourself. Eat. That sounds terrible. Eat yourself some food. Oh,
Get her
shit.
done.
Treat
Get her
yourself.
done.
I think treat yourself is what you were going for.
Yeah. Treat yourself. He hasn't. Oh, I'm gonna have to stop drinking too.
Yeah, that's exactly where I am. I'm right on the edge of starting to lose my cognitive
Really, Adam?
abilities.
Is it really
Yeah,
Sam's
yeah.
fault if you get sick?
If I get sick, it's Sam's fault. Well, as long as you pull your freaking
Sam-
weight on the boat tomorrow.
Sam personally said no, so I don't think you can actually say.
I did say personally no. Before that, though, I said yeah. So it's still technically my fault. That's the thing. I will start to drink, but I'll feel more hot and giggly
Yeah,
until it'll reach a point where I feel sick. Like I can't
Yeah.
get to a point where I'm where
There's-
you are, where you're like having a grand old time,
Yeah.
but almost
Yes.
not okay.
I'm right on the edge. One more, and it would not be okay. Ooh, what is that? Ooh.
Oh,
This was
Oh,
a gift
Cheshire.
from a friend of mine who I built a computer for last year.
Oh, I'm missing it too. What is it? What is it?
he admitted it.
It's gin.
Artisanal
Oh.
gin. I had just enough time to dash a bit of vodka and vermouth in it.
She admitted it. It's like he's challenging. If Adam sees booze on the screen, then he's being challenged.
Oh, that's good.
Actually had good timing because when I came to sit down, you were just holding it up on stream.
Oh, nice.
Wheatwood Distillery. I think they're based in Cambridge. Cheshire.
This is my lesser of the Kilimon. I have one other Kilimon that's 100%.
Oh, I should have grabbed the whiskey.
You don't like gin, Mike?
So, I have the 100% Ale is my favorite, and they grow. They produce every part of the whiskey on Ale.
Nice.
So growing the barley, all the barrels, everything is produced on the island.
That's very low yield.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are they putting out? Maybe, 50, 100 barrels a year?
Yeah, probably. They're also one of the newest distilleries on on Islay. I think they've only been around since.
Adam's upset. Put the bottles down.
I want to say 2009.
Okay.
Well, I guess they're not fans of gin. At least Mike's not a fan of gin.
Mike, I'm doing the James Bond thing. I'm wearing a tuxedo. I've got my Amiga Seamaster on. There's Casino Royale poker chips down there on the table. I'm doing Vespa Martinis. Fuck you.
Adam, I'm not sure if I can keep up with all these challenges that no one is making. I just want to be clear. No one is challenging Adam. But every time he sees a bottle...
I've tried Jen. She was lovely. A little bit of an earthy... she did have a bit of an earthy tone to her. Right. Eric, you've landed in a Hulk pose.
Yeah.
Crushing the stone cobbles beneath your feet. Just as you see the cleric and the rogue skid and land, kind of boxing this kid into the alleyway. I think we need to dispense with the tie.
Can I grab him without hurting him?
You're a little bit further away than they are, but you can move, yes.
Okay.
Can I get a dex check for the grab?
Yeah.
It better be low.
Oh, no.
Oh.
And he rolls a 20.
Oh, that poor kid. Oh.
Did you just kill the kid?
That's a natural one.
Uh-oh.
That's a
Hey, it
critical
was
fail. It's a critical fail.
Okay.
Do I grab the rogue instead?
you grab the kid by the arm that's holding the bag, and you feel you all hear a crunch.
No.
As the golem's table-sized hand comes down on this kid.
Whoa, hang on. This is immediately the golem is just cannot function. Golem cannot function because that's a bun PTSD right there.
So you hear the crunch, and then you freeze. You're gripping.
You should feel bad, bro. You should feel bad.
Golem is just. He's done. Golem's not moving.
You're gripping the kid by a very crumbled limp arm, which he may not ever have the use of again.
No.
You guys remember that plan I had earlier?
The bag of holding
work now.
The bag of holding drops to the floor.
No, Bun, no.
The kid screams.
Oh.
And I don't mean like I need my nappy changed or I'm hungry and you haven't fed me scream. I mean you've just completely crushed my arm scream and my arm's no longer working.
Brian, you're a freaking healer. You should be able to do something about this.
Well, he's got to let go of the arm first.
He can't do shit right now.
Okay, the golem freezes up. Brian, your turn.
Bro, what the fuck?
What? I didn't know I was gonna roll a 1.
Oh shit! I missed that part.
So the question is Eric's grip like a solid grip, or can I actually kind of disengage his arm from the grip?
If you've got a hammer and chisel in 10 minutes.
All right, so there's no moving that. So there's no point in doing anything right now until he lets go.
You can't do anything until he lets go.
I want to say something, but it's metagaming, so no, never mind.
The dice are the dice.
Yeah. Oh God, no! I feel so terrible.
Be lucky, Eric. Be lucky I only gave you his arm.
Oh, I know.
Because if you grabbed the whole of him, it'll be like squeezing a freeze pop, and then it like the insides pop through the top.
Oh my God, no! Oh.
Sam,
I think a golem might just leave.
Sam, you've seen the golem grab the kid by the arm and crunch
Oh gosh.
He drops the bag. You see blood all over the floor.
I need to grab the bag. And I'm going to smack Eric on the nose and say, "Let go."
With a rolled up newspaper?
Yeah.
Here, use some of my pamphlets.
Thank you for the pamphlet. I'm just gonna kindly like. Ruthless with grabbing the bag first. Hey, this whole thing happened because of this stupid bag, so I'm gonna keep a hold of it.
Yeah, that was kind of going through my head too, Blind.
Yeah.
Sam grabs the bag first, then assesses the situation.
Well, I mean, if the kid had
You know how
taken
much
my bag,
gold is in that bag?
Okay, Sam, you reach down and grab the bag. As you do so, you hear a "Oi!" come from behind you in the alleyway.
Oh shit!
It's Papa.
It probably is. I'm still gonna smack Eric in the nose. I'm gonna tell him to let go.
Okay,
Yeah.
you climb up the golem's arm and smack
Thank
him on the
you.
nose with a handful of pamphlets.
Thank you.
It has no effect.
Oh God, no.
Behind you, out of the shadows, appear 6 thugs. That's probably the best terminology for them. These are brutes, bare-armed, lots of hair everywhere, most of the muscles in the forearm. They look like smithy types. People that spend all day hitting metal with a hammer. They've got various improvised weapons with them. Not official, but hammers. One looks like he's holding a bat of some sort or a wooden axe handle. And they don't like what you've done to that kid.
That's fine. I would attack me too.
Well, it's a mugging. I have my mace.
Oh.
Okay, Brian, it's your turn. They're about 20 feet away from you, and they're fanning out to fill the alleyway.
How many?
There's 6 of them total.
Oh, wow.
God.
They don't look like Thieves' Guild.
They look like assassins.
No, they look more like blacksmiths that are just elsewhere employed at the moment.
Hired thugs.
This is not a great.
Brawny, muscly, but all in the upper body. Big, thick forearms, but not much leg strength, if you get... These are guys that have spent most of their careers skipping leg day.
You don't skip leg day. Everybody knows that.
Throw Eric at them. Yeah, I'm not gonna be doing anything to anyone right now.
Brian and I try to like pick him up. We're like,
That's all I'm thinking is like I want to like fight these guys off. There's no way I'm gonna be fighting anything for the next day, at least.
you are our main attack, bro.
I'm playing a character.
He's playing his character, and he's playing his character well.
Oh no!
I
skip every day.
There's no way I can harm a human at this point.
Okay, this gen makes a really good Vespa. It's a shame to waste it on a Vespa, but it's a really good Vespa.
I love how we're all just chilling here and everybody's tipsy except Brian.
He's the cleric.
He's the cleric. He's like,
Yes.
I'll fan you off with pamphlets and you guys will be all fine.
If you dig around in your pouch, you might find some communion wine. Right, the thugs kind of span out in front of you, filling the alleyway.
All right. So I bring forth a spiritual weapon.
Okay.
And I attack the next closest one to me.
I'm in trouble. Oh.
You're attacking first.
Oh my
Well,
God.
no, I'm casting the weapon, And then I'm attacking.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Because,
How
like,
much have you been
They're
drinking, bro?
surrounding us.
Holy shit.
Did you guys see the first picture he sent?
Holy shit.
Are we going over to Discord?
Look at the
Yeah.
first picture he sent and look at the last picture and says I might be in trouble.
Hang on. I'm just going to pull this onto the
Dude,
stream.
you give me stress.
That's the first picture. Then there's some what looks like Chinese
That's
food.
like a third of the bottle.
And then
No, go all the way to the bottom and it shows like
yeah.
there.
Hang on.
Look at
Wait.
that.
We went from about that's about half of the bottle gone. Well done, sir. Well done indeed. I approve.
Ugh.
No,
You
okay,
are
no,
that
seriously,
Chinese food
Adam,
right now.
I give you a +1 inspiration for that. If you can even say that out
He
loud, I'll
said,
let you
I am
use
the
it.
champion.
If you can verbalize an action to me, I'll allow you to use it.
Oh, shit.
Okay, Brian, you call your spiritual weapon. Your god comes to your aid, but you feel his strength is not as forthright as it normally is.
I just want it to be my turn so I
Is
can, like, go with the
this
kids at
is
bar.
this a worthy fight? But he comes to your aid nonetheless.
Well, we're being surrounded by 6 people, which is like double our numbers.
You've just mutilated a child.
Not him personally, it was me.
He's like, screw this tie. Screw it. It has given me bad luck. Bad decisions.
But your spiritual weapon has been cast. Which one are you going to go for?
Well, what would be typical of Offler, though?
Of Offla.
Would
Offla
it be
is...
like a mace, or would it be a flail?
Eric's still battling his
well, you
decision.
left your battle axe with Rincewind, didn't you?
Yeah.
So you have your mace. So let us assume, because Offla is the crocodile god, let us assume it is a crocodile tail flail style weapon.
Okay.
So you've got this ghostly tail floating next to you. How do you want to instruct it?
Well, I'd probably say like a defensive technique. So if someone comes into attack, engage with that person.
Okay, so you command the tail, and the tail whips around and forms almost like a line of scrimmage in front of you, drawing a line in the air between you and the thugs. Anything else?
Okay, well, I'll hold my action there.
Okay. Eric, you are paralyzed.
Yeah.
Through sheer disbelief, through emotional overload, through error 404.
Page not found.
Page not found. You weren't programmed for this.
No.
You
All the
are
emotions.
frozen in.
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
You're frozen in your own terror of yourself, of
Yeah.
your
Have
own
a
action.
Windows error sound.
Ding, dum, dum.
Good old chord.
God, if this is Windows XP, there'd be windows opening all over the place. The good old days.
Gosh.
Yeah, the golem is basically blue screened at this point.
What's it gonna take for me to let go?
I would need a crit wisdom roll.
Oh god.
And I don't mean a 20 unnatural. I need a natural 20
Yeah.
wisdom. Because
Yeah,
you are frozen in the terror of what you've done.
Yeah.
You're still gripping onto this child's arm.
Yeah.
and you are unable to let go. Your programming does not compute.
Yeah, no.
You are literally
it's
error
Twitch.
404.
Twitch does not compute.
Yeah. If this was Google Chrome, you'd be seeing a little dinosaur in front of you.
Oh, that's not a 20.
Error. Page
We're
cannot
not
be
sure
found.
what happened.
We're not sure what happened.
It was not a crit. So.
Yeah. This page is definitely non-responsive. Okay, Sam. You've seen Brian turn.
Okay.
Well, Brian was pretty much looking in this direction, and you've seen him draw his mace and cast a spiritual weapon. You turn to your right, and you see 6 thugs fanning out to block the alleyway. The spectral alligator's tail almost swings in front of you across the alleyway.
Can I talk to them?
You can do
we do
whatever you
that?
want. This is why this isn't Skyrim. This is D&D.
You're right.
You can do whatever you want.
Not all about killing people.
But there may be dice rolls involved, and there will be consequences.
That's true.
And the fact that I'm holding a pen means absolutely nothing at all, so fuck that.
But it keeps the
Yeah,
drink in your hand.
I will talk to them and say.
I'm clinging on to
"Hey,
this like the
fellas."
golem is that kid. This is
I know,
I'm not
right? He's like, this is getting me through. This is getting me through child attack.
Eric, you need another glass. You really do.
Yeah, you do.
No, not quite yet. I'll know. I know.
Does anyone remember how much I started with?
Potion
like,
of healing.
Not very much, like up here.
Yeah.
It was around South America.
Are you still on your first glass?
It's around South America.
Finish that.
Yes.
There's nothing left in there.
So you were around about the mid Antipodes. So you were around about Peru. Where your finger is now is actually where I was born.
Oh.
This finger?
On the East Coast. On the East Coast of South America. Just above Brazil is where I was born. That's British Guyana.
That is so cool.
Next to Venezuela.
Well, I just started feeling something, so that's good.
Wow, yeah. Welcome to being an adult. You just don't feel
I was
anything
just
until the third
gonna
drink.
say it takes not very much.
I love
the main thing why I'm not drinking is because of my medication.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
kind of the equivalency is if I drink 1 beer, it would be like drinking 3 beer.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. When I was on
my medication magnifies it.
So you should be able to, so you'd be able to comfortably do about 6 beers.
And that's the thing, like, I haven't drank in a long time, and I'm finally off my pills, so I can drink again. And yeah, obviously, it doesn't take.
Look, there's a reason I brought the bottle with me, and it wasn't to show you.
I like how Adam.
what?
I like how Adam keeps like saying that everyone's challenging him by holding up whatever they're drinking.
Stop challenging me, rookie. And then he's like, I'm probably not going to drink for another freaking year.
He's just created a challenge for himself.
Okay, Adam.
I've watched Blind on stream drink 21 beer, and he's just like having a grand old time, like it's nothing. I would get through 3, be freaking vomiting on you, like it'd be terrible.
Okay, Sam maybe not, but Brian,
All
do you
right.
remember back in the late 90s when everybody was bringing out iced beer?
I'm gonna.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you had like Foster's Ice and Labatt's Ice. I remember my 18th birthday, me and my bro, we were in a snooker club, like a pool
You
hall.
were going to stop, Eric.
And we went through, I went through 18 Foster's Ice. And those things are like 4%, 4.2%
Eric's
beer.
challenging me.
I went through 18 bottles of that. My monitor's telling me that it's about to power off. We've been here so long. I went through 18 bottles
The best kind of friendship.
of Foster's Ice, and basically me and my bro we held the pool table all, from lunchtime through to about 4 in the afternoon. We were really pissing people off because in the UK you just stack up your pound coins on the pool table to say that you're playing the next 4 or 5 games.
Yeah.
And then if somebody wants to take over the table, they've got to challenge you. Well,
Really? That's freaking cool, actually. I like that rule.
so there was a guy that wanted to take over the table because this club. Oh, nice. This guy that wanted to take over. There's only 2 tables in this tiny little pub, and the other table he'd failed to challenge the other player, and he was getting quite upset with us because we were having a grand old time. Obviously, I had to show ID and everything. So out of the blue, I get a beer bottle bounced off the back of my head.
Uh-oh.
Because if you hit somebody over the head with a beer bottle, it doesn't break. It bounces off.
Yeah, it's not like the movies.
No, it's not sugar glass. It will just bounce off. I turned around, headbutted
New goal,
him.
kill the bottle. No, Adam, don't do it.
God.
Bear in mind, I'm holding a pool cue. And I just turned around, headbutted him, and then turned back to the table. Meanwhile, the guy that owns this bar comes over, is really angry at the other guy, throws him out, and he gets banned. Where me and my brother, we just carry on playing pool.
Oh, yeah, if he hit you with the freaking bottle, they would be like, no.
But they didn't see that. They just saw me headbutt this guy.
And they kicked him out.
Yeah, because we were in there every Saturday lunchtime for like 6 months in a row. That's all we did.
So you just kind of knew that guy was being a dick.
Yeah, so they just kind of grabbed this, basically picked this guy up off the floor by his shoulder, frog marched him out of the club, and just gave me a bit of a finger whack on the way out. This was 13.
Whose idea was it for me to wear a dress?
13 Foster's Ice.
I don't know, but you're showing leg on stream.
You're lucky it's not lower. I'd be showing everything. This dress is long and hot.
Let's just hold.
I know it's hot.
Let's just hope the camera is bolted to the top of that monitor, please.
Right.
It's so not.
Because I've only just made affiliate. I don't want to get demonetized already.
You might gain 1 million followers. You never know.
I mean, if you're fast enough, you might be able to stop
Sam,
the stream.
if you drink enough of that whiskey, it's going to be hot.
No,
all we're going to be seeing from your camera is high heels in the air and boobs flying everywhere. So.
Okay, well, 1, that's true, but 2, I don't own high heels, so it'll be different. But
so we're going to be seeing your crinkly toe jam nails. Yeah.
No, they're beautiful.
Like proper Shrek feet.
Oh, I get it.
Yes.
I'll be right back, guys.
He has to leave.
I think we just error 404'd Eric.
I know. I think we broke him.
Sam, it's your go.
Oh shit! I forgot what we were doing. Okay. Wait, didn't I talk to them already? Oh, we got interrupted. We started talking about other stuff. Okay, so I wanted to. This stream is getting very interesting. I agree, BJ. I agree. This is the best one we've had yet. Let's be honest.
We just had to dress up and get drunk. Yeah.
Apparently.
I'm going to need constitution checks from all the players in a minute. Oh no.
Yeah. I just wanted to talk to them. Like, I wanted to ask them why they were here and say that our bag was stolen by this child and we were getting it back. So that they understand the context of what just happened and that we weren't just attacking some kid.
Okay. Okay.
Aim for those 1 million followers.
The kid continues screaming and wriggling and shouting in pain. The lead thug, the one in the middle, just slightly to the left. It's always to the left. Says,
damn that Samsung.
Adam, you're on your phone, aren't you, Adam?
Yeah, it's auto-correcting on him.
It's autocomplete, right? Yeah.
So should we start calling you Samsung instead of Sam? Oh, what?
If
what
I'm being honest,
right,
I've already got that.
We need sexy music here. I haven't got a license.
Wow, wow,
Da,
wow,
da, da, da,
wow.
da, da, da.
Oh, the waistcoat
he's
came
back.
off, I saw.
Oh, you still got clothes on.
Bow, chicka, bow, bow.
I've still got a shirt under this that I can.
Trust a dwarf to have an undershirt as well.
Adam can't see the
I don't know,
buttons
it gets
to
really
type.
weird, but I see clothes flying across the screen.
That was the vest.
Okay.
Fuck this thing.
Lead thug, which is thug number 3, steps forward and says, hands
idea,
off
Adam.
that kid. We want that bag.
Oh. Yeah, these dudes gotta die.
Wait, they said before they said about the bag. What was
Hand off that
Hands
kid.
off that kid.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
This isn't the right gun for this kind of night.
No.
I mean, this is like the actual cap, but
No, what you really need is a crossbow.
my dad just bought a crossbow this week.
Hang
I'm
on.
so excited to use
Stay
it.
there.
Okay, we'll use this one. Ready for this?
That does not sound
It
like
makes
a gun.
noise.
Oh god. I had to go break the seal. You guys are making me laugh too much.
I was having
I
an issue too.
figured
The
that.
second Omar went, I was
Because-
like, I gotta go.
This one lives under the bed.
Oh. Yes.
Oh, and it's hollow.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That lives under the bed.
That's fantastic.
So when Christmas comes, okay? That's my.
And
That's
that one is
that one.
clear, as I've mentioned before.
I was just gonna say, you're clear. So is mine.
Well, if everybody's flashing their stuff, I actually have a classic here.
Look, if I'm going to flash the stuff, I've got to go downstairs, I've got to get keys out of a safe, which leads to another safe, and then I've got to get guns out, and that's just going to take all bloody night. And I'd rather have another drink.
Look at this.
Oh. That's.
Hey.
Oh.
Okay,
at
that's not a
that.
Webley.
It's a PGP.
Never heard of those.
It's a splat ball gun.
Okay,
Paintball
because
gun.
PGP, as far as I know, is encryption software.
Yeah. It's the name of the pistol. But it
That's
just runs
freaking
on
nice.
it just runs on CO2 cartridges. So
Okay, the question that everybody in chat's now wondering is, have you ever shot yourself in the nuts with it?
no, but I've got shot within 10 feet. So you just
Yeah.
put the little silver cartridges in there.
The arseholes that I used to paintball with
I'm
used
kind
to,
of flashing.
the arseholes I used to paintball with used to freeze their ammunition and not fully defrost it before the game. Apparently it preserved the ammo better. Anyway, so Sam has engaged in chat with said thugs. They've made it clear that they want you to let go of the kid.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they said hand off the child.
They advance another 5 feet, so they're about 15 feet away from you. They're not attacking. They're just brandishing and menacing.
Okay.
Eric, reload.
So should I bang my shield?
If you want to do Scotland, yes, you can.
Freedom.
This is Sparta!
You may take our lives, but you cannot take our freedom.
But you'll
Yes.
never take our iron brew.
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
What do I need to roll now?
Eric, you've got to roll a crit. You've got to get a 20 if you're going to snap out of it.
You're a lot more strict than my other DM. Oh, I did it! I did it!
Praise be to Crumb.
Holy shit!
Your eyes refocus. The two headlights that are your red glowing eyes suddenly snap back to the kid. Maybe the thug's words got through to you somehow, but you let go of the kid. The kid crumples to the floor in a scream and a slumping kind of thudding noise of just, frankly, just flesh and bone hitting stone. He's already
It's not
unconscious.
A squishy sound, was it?
He's already unconscious. The pain was too much. You turn around and you face off against these 6 thugs squared up in the alley, and your eyes are blazing red. You are in a rage, you're in a fury, but because of your own actions.
I was just gonna say he's pissed on himself, though.
And this is pure self-hatred that is now driving your barbarian rage.
Does he stamp his feet in the alley?
So, am I gonna get like double damage?
As you turn around, you pivot on your left foot, and as you bring down your right foot, the ground shakes beneath everyone. For the first time, the rest of the party sees the golem open his mouth wide and roar, and you see red light pouring from his mouth.
Ooh.
Eric, consider yourself in frenzy.
Okay.
You will attack anything within reach.
I'm gonna stand over here.
Which is probably a good idea, Brian, because it's your turn.
Does anybody want to pay?
He can't back up anymore.
How many thugs are there?
6.
Okay.
And there's some chicken feathers. There's some chicken feathers floating around.
Right. Okay.
Adam, those noodles are probably not noodles. There's chicken there's somewhere behind you. There's chicken feathers floating, and the sun is setting down along this alleyway, and you're just silhouetted, stamping on the ground, dust flying up, and red light pouring out of your mouth. Brian, you are somewhat intimidated by this. Can I get a wisdom save from you, please?
Save?
I love that I'm creating wisdom saves. That's so great.
Okay, that's not too bad. I got a modified 21.
Okay. Eric, you're terrifying your own party. Brian, you immediately leap to your right. That counts as your movement. It's your turn.
What the hell am I eating?
Adam, I would normally say at this point in the evening it would be a doner kebab with extra garlic sauce, but you're not in the UK.
I'm just gonna hold my action.
Okay.
I
So
have no idea what he's gonna do.
okay, you hold your action.
Dying, and you're just chilling.
Your spiritual weapon. What's happening with that?
Still with a guard.
Okay, so you've got this spectral crocodile tail just kind of rippling in front of you between you and the thugs.
Yep.
Okay, Sam.
By the way, Blind Eye, I want every bit of that Chinese food that you have. It's delicious. And my drunk self really needs it right now.
Eric, you're 2 hours ahead of me, aren't you?
Is it 2 or is it 1? What
I
time
think
is
it's
it?
1.
Is it 1 hour?
Yeah, I thought it was
Yeah.
1 hour.
Okay.
I'm at 2 in the morning.
Okay, so it's 1 hour.
Holy crap!
Yeah, it's 20 past
We're
1
good.
here.
It's good. We're good. We're good. We're
Yeah, we
mostly
derailed. This.
Mostly good.
We get.
You need another drink
Okay,
for
I'm going to
that.
run to the end of this encounter, and then we'll unless you guys want to continue, but
Yeah,
I'm going to run
no,
to the
I
end
mean-
of this encounter at least.
Let's go for it.
Okay. Sam, you've got a spectral crocodile's tail, all scaly and armored, wiggling in front of you between you and our thugs. You've seen the golem turn, open his mouth, and with lack of a roar, you just see that red light just bursting out of his mouth. You've never seen him react this way. before.
Can I back the heck up? Can I bring the kid with me?
No, the kid's collapsed on the ground. You'd have to move over to him and pick him up. Okay, you move over. You pick the kid up. The kid's unconscious.
Yeah, but I want to get him away from Ragey over here too.
Okay, are you using?
Drag him by the foot.
Are you using him?
No!
Are you using the kid as a human shield?
Me? No. Heck no.
Okay, that may not be what everybody else thinks.
I'm holding him to take him back away from the crazy dude. That is my friend.
Okay. The kid is... Okay, is that the end of your go?
Well, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
The child is still unconscious. Brian's already... Brian, did you pick up the pouch, or was it Sam?
I did.
You did, okay. So you've already picked up the pouch. The kid is unconscious. You pick the kid up in your hands, and you start backing away from the golem. The thugs don't interpret it that way. They see you as using the kid as human shield, and the golem is on the attack.
I think he is on the attack.
I'm going to run all 6 thugs on the same initiative, which was an 18. So they go just ahead of Brian. The thugs, all 6 thugs, rush the golem.
My ford. My noodles keep falling off my ford.
Well, you should have a Chevy then.
And he wants to keep going until he sobers up.
You're hiding faster. Oh god.
Oh shit.
Can you imagine what Marie is going to make of this when she watches this in the morning?
It's gonna be good.
She's going to be... By this time in the stream, she'd have had breakfast.
She'll just be shaking her head at this point.
Right. Rolling attacks for the thugs. Thug number 1 fails. Thug number 2 hits.
Fuck.
Thug number 3 almost knocked over the gin. Thug number 4 hits.
Almost knocked over.
Thug number 5 crits.
Oh no.
Thug number 6 hits. So we've got 4 hits, one of which was a crit.
Now you got another chip.
By the way, Omar, you've officially made me terrified of my own character.
Oh, hey, Jaeger.
Eric, you take 26 points of damage.
I mean, I'm fine, but damn.
You are not fine. You brush off that damage, take half damage because you are in rage and frenzy.
Wait, so take half damage of 26.
So you're down to 13 damage. But
okay.
you are not fine because one of those hits was a critical hit.
Right, yeah.
You notice, well, you don't notice now, but at some point after this, if you're still alive, you will notice that there is a crack on your chest.
Whoosh.
Okay, Brian.
That's real bad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is Jaeger in the room? Jaeger,
Yeah.
welcome. Welcome. Oh, I'm glad you
shit
made it, mate. I'm glad you made it. We've been chatting about this for ages. We are a party of 4. 3 of us are slightly drunk. This is a 5th edition game based on Terry Pratchett's Discworld. We have a golem played by Eric over here, who is sentient, has just discovered emotion, and has almost crushed a small street urchin to death. We have Brian, our cleric, who is desperately trying to figure out if his god is going to support any further action in this manner without a constitutional vote. And we have our rogue, Sam, who's desperately trying to disown the party.
Cheers.
I'm just kidding. I love everybody.
Brian, your turn.
It wasn't my turn? Did I not get anything to do?
Oh, sorry, no, Eric. Sorry, sorry,
okay.
Eric. It is your turn.
You attack children. You don't get to go.
Listen,
cut off.
I would totally accept that.
I know.
Okay, so I'm gonna attack like the nearest. Whoever critted against me.
You can. I will allow you to do because you're in frenzy, and you have no control over who you attack.
Just
I'm
going to
give
slap.
you one swipe, and depending on how high you roll, depends on how many of them you hit.
It was a 12 plus 8, so an unnatural 20.
Okay, you hit 5 out of 6. Roll for damage.
That's just gonna be if I'm in a frenzy and raging, that's gonna be a 8.
8 damage.
Yep.
Okay.
A Greek slap.
Oh no! I'll talk about Greek slap in a second.
And if I'm
That
also in a
sounds
frenzy,
dirty.
Okay.
in a frenzy, I get a second
Mr.
attack.
P has chimed up on this because Mr. P and I were in Budapest when we discussed the Greek slap. Because if you have ever been slapped by a Greek woman, it's not just a forehand. It's a forehand, a backhand, and another forehand. And that woman will advance during those attacks because she knows you're recoiling at every hit. Which means, let me stand up for this, okay? It is forehand, backhand,
Fancy
forehand.
he looks.
Okay?
Are you fencing?
Yes.
Pew, pew, pew.
The
That's
Greek
what I
slap
think, too.
is a fencing move.
Ah.
And we were in a bar in Budapest, drunk off our tits, and I was demonstrating this on an empty dance floor. When I turned around, I think we were on about pint number 9 or pint number 10 at this point. There were some other people that drifted into this little mini room. It was basically a ruin bar where they take an entire square block of an old Parisian-style tenement building, knock through all the walls and make it one big open plan club. When we turned around, there were like 3 other people doing this move, thinking it was a dance move.
Okay, hang on, Omar. I have 2 attacks per action,
You
and
do.
a bonus because it's a frenzy. I'm doing a Greek slap.
You come in for the backhand. Okay,
Yes.
come on. D20, do it Anna Kournikova style.
Yeah. Oh no, that was 12 total.
12 total. Okay,
Yeah.
you catch 2 of them with that. Give me damage.
So that's gonna be another 8 damage.
2 of them go flying. Further down the alley, never to be seen again.
Okay, and then the last attack.
Impressions in the brick wall.
So even less. That's 8, 11.
Okay, I'll give you 2 hits with that one.
Okay, so that's another 8 damage.
2 more go
Greek
flying.
slap has advantage.
If you ever
Okay.
get slapped by a Greek woman, and where I used to work in North London, there was a very large Greek population. It is quite literally forehand, backhand, forehand, and it's that fast. You barely have time to recoil from the first hit before the second 2 hit you. It is a Mortal Kombat finishing move.
What
And
happened to just like
Mr. P and I made a Greek slap into a dance move in a ruin bar in Budapest after God knows how many pints of like 10% Polish beer.
Oh,
And we
God.
turned it into a fencing move. Good times.
I'll be right back again.
Damn, 10%. I think the strongest
Yeah.
we have here is like 8.
Oh, if you get the really good Belgian stuff, it's like 13, 14%. There's a very nice beer called Westmalle Triple, which is triple brewed Belgian beer, and that's like 12%. That's up there with wine. And apparently I drank 4 of them before realizing how strong they were. But I remember Budapest very differently to Mr. P. That's an Avengers joke, if any of you get that.
a good movie.
Anyway,
It's the last of my second one. Yay!
the two of you see the golem
Disappear?
slap, and 4 of the thugs, frankly, just disappear in front of you. One of them turns to mush. The other 3 are thrown down the alleyway. There is one left who's looking a little shaky on his feet, and one that hasn't been engaged yet. Brian, what do you do?
Okay, so the one that has not been engaged, I guess I shall go forth and attack.
Fix the kid. I can't fix the kid. I've got nothing.
Okay, are you attacking with your weapon or your spiritual weapon? This is just straight gin now. Oh, that's really nice gin. Oh my.
Oh, that's really nice.
Oh, that's...
Whoa, what's mending do? That fixes things, right?
That
Not
fixes
people?
stuff,
Objects.
yes, not people.
Objects.
That's what I thought. Yeah, so it's totally up to
I'll
you, bro.
use my spiritual weapon because it can cover a good distance.
Okay. Give me an attack roll. Roll high enough, I'll give you attacks on both of the thugs.
Roll high, Brian. Roll high.
Oh, it doesn't help when it falls on the floor.
Doesn't count, reroll.
Could it fix Eric? Could mine fix Eric? Because he's not a person?
He's magical.
Okay.
True.
Well, this did not go well.
Fuck. Oh.
Yeah, I got a 1.
Okay. Brian, can you roll a d4, please?
All right. It smacks me in the ass.
That's what I want to determine.
Okay, well, I did it again. I rolled a 1.
You rolled a 1. Okay, how much damage does your spiritual weapon do?
It does, I believe, 1, 2, 8. And if I go here. Yeah, 1d8.
Okay.
Oh, plus spellcasting. Beyond. Which is 9.
Okay, so Brian, roll for damage against you and Sam.
Oh man, it's not going. Yeah, I rolled that critical. This is what messed this up. 17. I maxed the damage.
Okay, Sam, Brian take 17 damage each. It's friendly fire.
Me?
Yes.
Brian, you shit.
I was too busy drinking to say the same, but yes. We need to dress up more often. This is fun.
This is fun. Nobody's even seen my whole dress. Do you want to see it?
Go on.
As long as it's covering all the bits.
Yeah, no Shrek toes, please.
That is quite the elaborate dress.
So you've got kind of a domino jellyfish thing going on here. Is there a big bow on one of your hips? Yes, there is. Okay. My grandmother was a professional seamstress, and she taught me how to sew when I was very young. So I can actually sew quite well. Which Marie knows. I've been helping her with sewing techniques.
What was going on down there, Sam?
Sam was just showing this the dress while Brian attacks the entire party.
Okay.
That was 17 damage. Yes, Brian.
How was your walk to the restroom?
Okay.
It took a little longer than usual.
Was admittedly a lot less nimble than the previous one.
Did you fail a dex check along the way?
So was it like the walls?
Just smashes through walls on the way and has D&D world come true.
I'm wondering if he just ripped the zip on his trousers apart, just out. Couldn't find the tabs and just tear it apart.
It's still there.
Okay, Brian, you and Sam both take 17 points of damage. Eric, you take half that. So I'll round that down. I'll round that down to 8.
Oh, there was some friendly fire action happening. Blame our cleric. He's not as godly as he says.
Offler is not happy.
God awful.
Brian,
No!
Offler is not happy with you.
I only have 72 damage left, okay?
Only
So,
72. Only.
So that was a
Only.
bitch slap from Offler?
Yeah, that was a bit of a bitch slap from Offler. Offler's not happy with how this entire encounter is playing out. I'm
It
one.
wasn't my fault.
Remember,
I was trying to find out what was going on.
remember, made a move on the gaming board. And you don't know what that move was yet. Sam, your turn. You've just been knocked over by a spectral crocodile tail.
I think it's a chase conversation.
BJ, I have absolutely no idea, but this is fantastic, isn't it?
I'm talking to my daughter. I thought
Sam,
I was
it's your
muted,
turn.
Okay.
I'm just drinking raw gin.
You were muted. You were muted.
I'm literally drinking raw gin at this point.
It's just
With
Omar asked a question and you're like
with a bit of lemon.
aside, chatting away.
Oh gosh, I haven't felt this good in a while.
Oh, this is really good gin. I got earth, water, air, and fire are alchemized. Oh, I like the sound of that. Alchemized into the heart of Cheshire to create the world-class artisanal London dry gin. From our fermentation vessels.
Okay, you know what, guys? Now I feel like a dick. Good, you should. I was just gonna say I was not being rude. I'd be rude to ignore my children. Okay?
To the German copper still, custom built to our precise design. Nothing has been overlooked on this gin's journey, from grain mashed in our own special brew house to your glass. I don't have a brew house in my glass. I've got a slice of lemon. We extract a unique expression, an expression of infusion. Juniper carefully chosen from 3 different locations and altitudes around the eastern Mediterranean, married with 15 other impeccably sourced herbs, berries, fruits, and spices that result in an explosion dipped in tangy citrus. Wrapped in a rich, dark chocolate. I have noticed the chocolate, yes. Equally at home in a G&T, classic martini, oh yes. It's completely extends through the entire palate range, yes, very much. Exposing, cheeky, rich layers of peppermint bathed in violets and alpine flowers. Well, that is 98% bollocks, but this is damn good gin.
I'm so glad I
don't
stuck
think
around
I'm
for
gonna
the whole
pour
thing.
anymore.
Mr. P,
Not a
it
good
is
idea.
Wheatwood gin. When I built the PC last summer for a friend of mine's girlfriend's son, this was my reward. I've gone through more of that than I expected to. I've given up on the vodka and the vermouth. That's still downstairs. Whose go is it?
You're the DM.
Sam, it was your go. You have seen the golem take 2 swipes at the enemy and demolished the majority of them. You've seen Offler's spectral tail appear in front of you, swipe at you, doing damage. You are now standing but wounded.
Maybe that means we're making the wrong decision.
We just made the wrong.
Was that your bonus action?
No. How many are left?
There's
4?
2 standing.
3.
There's 2 thugs
What?
standing.
Oh, standing. Yeah, standing.
I'm still standing. Yeah.
But it's
I
not
feel like
better
an
than he ever
arse.
did.
I feel like an arse.
I feel like
I don't know why.
I feel like I
That
need
means
a.
that.
I feel like I need a dance.
Oh god.
I'll dance with you.
I'm drunk enough to considering doing Beat Saber.
That makes me so happy.
No, seriously, the VR headset's right here. I've just knocked over my dice cam.
Dude, you could do a VR right now. Doing a drunk VR would get you so many viewers. People would be trying to screw with you so hard. Oh goodness, what do I do here? They're already crying out loud. Gone.
Guys, I think I've killed dice cam.
No.
You
Oh, poor dice
heavily
cam.
killed it. You heavily killed it.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
It's just gone now. Okay, well, I'm just going to pull out my bow. Because I don't have anything else.
Well, you've got your standard daggers still.
Yeah, but there's that creepy ass tail in front of me.
Yes. Okay, you could hurdle the tail, but that's up to you.
Hurdle the tail towards the 2 bad bitches trying to kill me. No, I'm gonna pull out my bow and stay safe.
Guys, I'm afraid we've lost dice cam. Because I don't fancy kind of unplugging USB ports.
We'll have to trust you on the rolls.
So we'll try and get that. We'll try and get that back at some point. But for the moment, dice cam is down. Apparently, Offler took out dice cam as well.
Piper down!
Not
Piper
happy
down!
with us. Brian, if you don't hand out a pamphlet soon, we're all gonna die. The last thing I did this one was
that corner back in the alley.
yeah.
Okay.
That was my fault.
What are you doing, Sam?
The...
Yeah, F in chat for dice cam.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I got a new button on my stream.
You've got
that
a
says
spectral
pay F.
tail wriggling around in front of you that's already taken a swipe at you, and you've got 2 thugs. One of them looks a little bit the worse for wear. One of them doesn't seem to be too affected by what's been going on so far.
What does it take for me to take out my bow? Like, that's part of my action, correct? So I can't attack after that, or I can?
Because you're a rogue, I'll allow you your bonus action to do that.
The bonus, okay.
But you don't get any sneak
I'm
attack.
gonna shoot my bow at the one that is still okay.
Still okay. Okay?
Yeah.
Roll your attack.
That's not attack.
Oh, man. Just noticing right now that I should have stopped when I said I would stop. Okay. Plus what?
Plus your proficiency, plus your bonus on your bow. So that should be +3. Or is it +2 on your bow?
Oh.
I think Dustin's is +3.
So 19 in total.
19 in total. Okay, that's a hit. Roll for damage. Mr. P, we are not doing shots on a nat 1 or a nat 20. I don't have that much.
I would.
Okay, yes, we are doing shots on a nat 1 or a nat 20.
I've had 2 nat 20s so far, and a nat 1.
This one.
Eric and Brian have no say in this. A, because Brian's not drinking, and B, because Eric is... I don't know.
He's already drank.
I'm good.
His drinking caused him
good.
harm of a child. We can't let him have any more.
What was your damage?
The 6, right?
Okay, how do you want to do that?
No. I'm asking if it's the D6.
Yeah, D6 damage.
Okay, it's 3.
3.
It was 3.
Okay.
My drinking does not cause harm of a child.
Mm-hmm.
I
That's
was
what
gonna
Daddy
do that
said.
anyway.
I'm just kidding.
What?
I said that's what Daddy said.
Okay, the kid is still unconscious.
Holy shit.
We have 2 remaining thugs.
That was good.
One of whom
what?
looks quite severely battered. The other one goes straight for Brian.
Does he bypass
I'm
me?
sorry.
That's a miss. So, Eric, your turn.
Yeah, all right. Let's try to finish these guys off.
Let's wipe out the entire city. Come on.
That was 12 total.
12 is a... Hang on. AC... 12 is a miss.
Okay.
Eric, you do realize that in this whole battle, you are Thanos.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty great.
No, from the perspective of the entirety of Ankh-Morpork, you are Thanos. All of a sudden, you have appeared with rumors of a dragon behind you, and you are slowly wiping out everything in your path.
He's Thanos, you rat bastard.
Yeah, wow.
And
Like
you
Adam
don't
Driver.
even have the glove on yet. Because there is no way I can get the legal copyright to have Peter Dinklage in my D&D game. Let alone Hemsworth to hold open the iris.
I don't know if you're going to be able to see. No, there's no way. That was a 19.
Right, roll for damage.
You killed
so
Spider-Man.
It's going to be 8 damage. 8 damage.
Right, you take down thug number 5, and thug number 6 gets a battering.
Okay, and then there's the bonus action since I'm frenzied.
Because you ain't finished yet, are you?
No. That's 13 plus 8.
That's a hit.
So, yeah, that's another 8 damage.
Right now, we need Doc Brown at the end of this alleyway going, 88 miles an hour! As all 6 of these thugs who attempted to waylay you for your backpack of holding have either been squished or crunched into non-existence.
Including a child. Just
including
that
a
in
child who's still unconscious. Actually, hang on. The child has saved his 3rd of 3 saving throws, so the child is alive.
So, okay. What's it going to take for me to snap out of this, like, rage?
Well, combat is literally over, so you're going to snap out of it within a few moments.
Okay, I immediately need to check on the child.
Okay, give me a d20. Wisdom check, please. Sorry, wisdom saving throw.
That's a terrible idea. Oh, the 6.
Okay, you
Minus
don't do
2?
it on this turn.
That's a 4.
You don't do it on this turn.
Okay.
You don't do it yet. Brian, there's no more thugs left. They are either decorating the walls, decorating the floor, or they are decorating some other part of this alleyway that you can't yet see. Most of the thugs at this point, you believe, are, I don't know, mincemeat would be a good word, because Mr. Pump is not subtle in his attacks. You have a wounded child on the floor behind you with the rogue. And Offler is not happy with how this... Your god is not happy with how this has turned out. We're technically out of combat, but I'm going to give you your go, Brian.
Well...
Just for shits and giggles, you know.
I go over to the child.
Okay. Sorry, that was a healing potion, by the way.
I had so much of this whiskey before we started.
Right, Adam is telling us.
Now you're doing that.
Adam is telling us we all need to do a shot.
No.
So everybody but Brian.
No.
Yep.
God damn it! I hate peer pressure.
So do I. I hate alcohol.
I love peer pressure. Peer pressure is how I ended up on a fishing boat outside of Nova Scotia.
And do you regret it?
I have no idea what the fuck happened, but I had my passport and I was on a fishing boat somewhere.
You don't know what happened?
I have
like
no
you were
idea.
Just drunk the whole time?
Yeah.
That means you had a good time.
Sinuses.
I
consider
that to be a good time. Peer pressure is also how I end up in a casino breaking even on blackjack in Blackpool, and that was with Mr. P and our friend Brittany. That
cool.
was an interesting night. Oh, I need to hydrate. Sorry, Mr. P. Water, by the way, not gin.
You need to make me mod so that I can set these things up for you.
Every
and
time
that
you say
you can have an actual. Sorry, continue, Brian.
No, every time me.
Well, I think one thing to kind of appease things here is to actually do my prayer of healing, which actually is the AoE heal, so everybody in the area. So within 20 feet, we're going to heal.
Okay, roll for damage. Oh, sorry, roll for healing.
Roll for damage. Oh, you're terrible.
Every time you say Mr. P, Omar, I think you're talking about my character.
No,
Yeah.
Mr. P, because I'm aware that I tend to dox him by accident during the chat. Mr. P and I used to work together. Him and I used to do pretty much the same job, traveling out to clients all over Europe, doing software training.
Nice.
So we are very much two peas in a pod. We very much think along the same lines, and we probably make the same decisions in cases of rolling a nat one.
Like crushing a child's arm, for instance.
Well, that was your fault, mate. That was your dice, not mine.
I've been lucky to not get too many ones, but
So,
my question.
for those of you that don't know, my dice are opalite, which is synthetic opal,
So see-through.
which is
nice.
semi-transparent and lots of color shifting.
They're
And
beautiful.
my dice rarely let me down when it matters.
In a D20, what would be the difference? Sorry to pause all this, but what would be the difference between rolling like a 2 and rolling a 1? Obviously, rolling a 1 is crap, but I've rolled a 6 and it's been not like
Okay,
life-altering.
if you roll a 1, that's a critical failure. So that's the absolute worst possible outcome.
Yes.
And if you are attacking somebody, that normally means you've either hit yourself or you've hit one of your party. So you missed, but you missed so badly that you overswung and hit yourself with your weapon.
Oh.
If you
so
rolled a
it's the idiocy
2,
roll.
if you rolled a 2,
Yeah.
you've just missed. If you roll a 1, you've missed and you've hurt somebody else in the party. Which is why I usually ask for a d4 after that to see who you've hit.
Okay.
Okay, we have no thugs left. We have an unconscious child who is alive.
Thank God.
Which god?
Yes.
Name one. Because we know four of them. Are arbitrating over this game board.
The lady.
The lady.
The lady, Blind
Yes.
Io,
With the ball.
Offla, and are all arbitrating over this game board. And Death was somewhat of an uninvited expert, but, you know, it was amusing. There was talk. I thought I'd have a look.
And he had a look, and I ran away, and it's all good.
Sam, can you give me a d20?
Yes.
Perception.
So my heal roll was 16.
Okay, you've stabilized the child, and as far as you know, his arm has been partially reconstructed. Sam, what was your roll?
13.
13. Sam, you look over to what's left of the thugs, and you see a slight shadow moving between them. The shadow looks back at you. For a moment, you see what looks like a skull with a hood, and then in an instant, it's gone.
That looks so familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Was there a wink?
Was there a wink? It's what plants crave.
Good old H2O.
So
which,
you heal 16 points.
Which I might add, H2O. I mentioned this on one of my previous streams. My dad's microweld unit, which is the little flame torch you use when you're making jewelry, that is a hydrogen-oxygen generator. Now, I haven't posted the videos because in the videos we talk about what Sam's pendant actually does.
Then go to the bathroom, Adam.
So I haven't posted the videos, but in the videos I discuss reloading this unit. It's called an aquaflame or a microweld, depending on which brand you buy. And what it does is it takes deionized water, uses acid to break the molecular bonds between the hydrogen and the oxygen, forming gas, which then outputs through the gas torch. So the flame that I'm using in those videos, and I think some of you might have seen me post a picture on Instagram about that microflame. That microflame runs at 3000 Celsius because it is a pure hydrogen and pure oxygen flame. Now that's bubbled through methyl ethyl ketone to stabilize the temperature to about 1800 to 2000 Celsius. Now, if I was to accidentally do that over my finger, that would be down to the bone.
Ugh.
And the one thing I remember my dad telling me very, very strenuously is be careful where you point that torch. Because that will burn through anything, literally anything, including steel, that you happen to play that flame across. So, Mr. P, when you talk about H2O, and Blind Eye as well, when you're talking about H2O, some of the work that I'm going to be doing on stream soon is kind of continuing my father's work as a goldsmith. I'm talking about actual hydrogen and actual oxygen molecules being equalized through methyl ethyl ketone. And we're talking about some serious metallurgy, because that's when the temperatures of the metal make a difference. And that pendant that Sam is wearing right now is layers of gold and 9-karat gold and sterling silver that have been hand forged into a single billet of metal. And you won't see it on the camera, but the very edges of that feather are yellow gold. Because I've had to basically file away the silver to release the layer of gold underneath. All we're getting on the stream is boob. But yeah.
It's incredible, Omar, honestly.
Yeah. This is why I've been building a workshop in the little box room next door. Because I'm in the spare room, which is my guest room, which is also my library and my office space, as you can see from all this stuff here. But the little box room next door is about 9 square meters. It's about 3 by 3, and that's now my workshop. So all my dad's tools are being set up in that little space. And I was joking about this on stream about 2 weeks back. that if something went wrong with me reloading this machine, there would be a Hindenburg-style disaster. Because I was literally working with hydrogen gas and an accelerant, which is oxygen. Oxygen alone is so flammable that is classified as an accelerant. So there could have been a hydrogen explosion if I'd fucked that up. It turned out I hadn't.
And you would have exploded for me.
The roof of my garage, literally, the roof of my garage would have been 3 inches higher than the architect originally planned, and there would have been a nasty accident in my trousers.
Yes, that's true. There would have been an accident.
Not necessarily for you, though.
The fact that you even were in the same vicinity as just explosions, like the fact that that could have happened, I was already nervous when you were like, so I'm going on stream, might blow up, but you can't be there. Okay, fine. Great.
And there was a reason you can't be there, and you're actually wearing the reason why you couldn't be there. Yeah, apparently I've got to do a hot tub stream. That ain't happening.
Did you know they demonetized them?
Sorry?
They have officially demonetized all hot tub streams.
Yeah, I was reading.
You cannot make money if you're sitting in a hot tub.
I was reading about that, about Amaranth. She's had adverts banned on her channel, but only adverts, so she can still make money from subscriptions and bits.
Yep.
But she has
she does it literally every day.
Yeah, she's got no advertisement income from hot tubs. Seriously, Blind Eye, if you want to see me in a hot tub, A, what the fuck? B, what the fuck? And C, what the actual fuck? And this is before we get down to me wearing a Speedo with Sam's face on it.
Why does it have to have my face on it?
Because I am still waiting for a pair of budgie smugglers with Silver Streak's face on it.
I literally got them ready too. I got them ready so that I can post them. Now I know that it's gonna be a thing and people are gonna actually fucking buy them.
Oh god.
So if I get a pair of budgie smugglers with Silver Streak's face on it, I will do a hot tub stream.
Okay, well, friggin' check your mail then, because I'm gonna make this happen.
Yeah, and there will be belly, and there will be beer belly, and there will be hair involved.
Imagine walking up to a girl and being like, okay, so this can happen, but I just want you to know that there's going to be hair involved.
I just want you to know that this is going to be Chewbacca in a Speedo with Sam's face on it.
I've drank too much. You guys are too funny now.
Yeah. There's a Wookiee in a Speedo involved here. But seriously,
double-souled Jaeger.
If you guys want to subscribe, if you want to do biddies, by all means. But there's going to be a Wookiee. There's going to be an Indian Wookiee in a Speedo.
I'm curious as to who's having the most fun, if it's us or if it's Brian.
Thank you.
That's
come
true,
again.
Because Brian's so sober right now.
Thank
sorry.
you. Come again.
Thank you. Come again. Drink
I'm
next
just
time.
shaking my head about.
What's happening?
Oh my god!
What's happening with the encounter right now?
Well, you guys.
There's no more bad guys, so the encounter's technically over. I gave Brian an extra go just because. Brian, you've stabilized the child. You believe you've managed to knit some of the crushed bone back together, but you're a long way from completed. And there are no more thugs left. Most of them are unconscious, would be generous.
In the long true.
No, don't do it.
I'm gonna break out the mustache wax.
Yes, give that thing a curl. I want to see this happen.
I don't have any mustache wax. I was gonna curl this thing before.
Do you guys want to know something funny as shit? there's literally a glue stick that's in my bathroom cupboard that Matthew uses for his mustache.
Well, hey, as long as it's
Wow,
not
that
Gorilla
works
Glue.
so well.
Because
Holy
like I've
balls.
No, that's too
Look at
much
that.
light. Hang on.
I
Look
want
at-
one now.
Hang on. Look at this.
Sam, if you
Look at-
grow a mustache, we've got to have a talk.
But I
Look at what
can't.
I, look at what I could have going on here.
Yeah,
Why don't you?
Yeah, Eric, I get split ends when I get that far.
I just need to get
Split
mustache
ends
wax.
on
I
a
don't
I get
have any.
I get serious split ends from all the twiddling.
Oh, that's true. The split ends would break it off.
Yeah.
Mr. P, by the way, and a friend of ours, William, the whole point of this mustache is that I was bet that I couldn't look like a Victorian villain by the end of Movember. And this was
you
Movember
100% have made it.
circa 2018. No, sorry, no, I tell you, 2012, because it was the London Olympics. And the mustache
just
has
love
stayed
it
ever
after
since.
that?
No, this has stayed ever since.
No, I know, but did you just love it after that? Like, you just were like, hey, I like my freaking mustache. I'm going to keep it.
Partially, I became somewhat known for this in the community that I work with, but also mainly because I renewed my passport and I was kind of stuck with it.
So you doing that, Eric, gives
Yeah.
me a snidely whiplash feeling.
Brian,
Just put on the top hat.
Brian,
Right, yeah.
Brian, whiplash where?
From Deadly
Oh,
Do-Rag.
God.
Okay, I do own a top hat. No, I do actually own a top hat.
I want one.
If it weren't for because I bought a heated beard brush recently,
I gave one of those to a friend of mine actually for the same
Yeah.
reason.
and if it weren't for that, these would be gone because they always, if I don't straighten it, they always just curl straight into my mouth.
Okay,
You have to straighten it, too,
these
eh?
guys were from
Yeah.
Bond Street. in
What
London.
if you do curl it?
So this is about the best mustache wax you can get, but this is good for training the hair, but not really for daily use.
Yeah.
Because if you get any on your skin, you tend to get little spots raising up
Hmm.
because you'll block the pores really quickly. And when you curl, you're curling the wrong way. Don't curl forward, curl backwards.
Yeah,
So
'cause
curl
if you curl
back
forwards,
towards.
it's gonna go straight towards your chin and towards your mouth
Yeah,
area.
curl back
Yeah.
towards your chin, and you'll actually stabilize the curl better.
So, Eric, is that something that you want, or do you like the look of it going down as opposed to?
I prefer. I would like to have the option of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, this mustache wax, Mr. P, because my cam is mirrored, is mustache wax from 74 Jermyn Street, St. James, in London. That's the only information that's on the label. Apply a small amount of mustache wax directly on hair, comb through, and style.
What's a saddle brim hat?
Use brush side for final grooming. But yeah, this was a tiny little boutique place on Jermyn Street, which is pretty much about the poshest bit of London that you'll ever find. Are we talking about hats? Because I've got a
I
Panama.
didn't know what a saddle brim hat was.
That's the ones that kind of curve up, isn't it? Where the brim rolls up.
The only
so.
brim rolling up one I know is a cowboy hat.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's what it is.
I've got a
It's like
Panama hat.
miner's hat.
I've got a Panama in the other room that's just daring to be busted out at this point.
Just do it.
All right, hang on. I'm getting the Panama. Try
So
not to
I
stick-
totally hear what you're saying, Eric, about the curls, because like
Yeah.
if I get any length, it comes off.
Yeah.
Like I trim it
Exactly.
right off.
If it, yeah. Before I got the straightener, it was just no go.
I
Can't
love
imagine.
that hat.
Okay, that's full on villain vibes right now.
Yeah, it is.
I should be wearing
It
a
needs to be
linen
black.
suit at this
I-
point,
black.
shouldn't I?
Panama Jack.
I should be wearing a linen suit, shouldn't I?
Panama Jack's not a village.
This belongs in a
Did you
museum.
see Adam's comment? I just found out if I turn my head sideways, I can walk straight.
Just kinda
Crab
do that
style.
one eye look.
Adam, I give
literally
you
so
+1
excited
on
to play
crab
Sea
style.
Thieves tomorrow.
Right. Yeah.
You
Sorry.
know it's
Getting
gonna
back to
try and
this.
blow either you or me up.
Getting
Right.
back
Yeah, but
to
you won't
this.
be able to because you'll be
hang on.
hungover and it'll be too much work. It's gonna be great.
I'm going back to my my post casino look. Combat's over. We have a partially healed child. We have 6 thugs that have been, frankly, wiped off the face of this planet. And while we're all busy twirling our mustaches, can I get perception checks from everybody, please?
Shit.
I look like a South American drug lord wearing this. That's the only problem.
Where's
I'm
my
17.
20? There's the D20.
Oh, what the heck is it with me rolling like 13s? So I got 19 again.
Chat
I got 17 in total.
Perception is -2, of course.
Lied, you're absolutely spot on. Chat has totally taken over this game.
Chat has taken over.
I got a 16 total.
16, Brian.
I
I
got
drank
19
too much.
altogether.
Sam.
I don't remember.
17.
Sam needs more bourbon.
No, I need the tea.
Are we needing a toilet break?
No, you keep going, and I already rolled, and you do your thing, and I'm gonna turn it up way high until before I mute myself.
In the middle of talking.
Right. Okay.
It's fine.
I'm gonna turn
I'm
it.
listening.
So I'm doing the
Right,
whole.
I'm listening.
I'm doing the Taylor of Panama here.
Yes.
Right. Okay. You've all rolled above 15, yes?
Yep.
Okay. As the final blow hits the last of our thugs, you notice a shape in the shadows. It's hooded, it's completely cloaked, and it's retreating into the shadows. Eric, what did you roll?
16 total.
Ryan?
19 total.
Okay, Brian, you're the only one that notices a hint of glowing eyes and scales from under the hood. And it retreats into the shadows.
Now I understand.
I need a packet about this big, wrapped in cling film and duct tape.
Out of character, I understand.
Okay, Brian.
But he took her backpack.
He did. It occurred. Sorry, can I get a perception roll from you, Brian?
Oh, this one did a little bit better. I got 22.
It occurs to you that perhaps the kid and the thugs were paid. And it occurs to you just as that shape retreats into the shadows.
So someone is trying to prevent us to do what we're trying to do.
I will give you 6 seconds to react.
Reaction.
Time up. Okay. Combat is over. You've got 6 either dazed or liquidized bodies in front of you, plus a child who is recovering. Hang on, I can't actually see. Plus a child who is recovering. The cleric has seen a scaled creature retreating into the shadows, but wasn't fast enough to react. The child is stable, but not fully healed.
I want to just like cradle the child. That's like my goal right now.
Eric, give me a D20 wisdom saving throw, please.
Why wisdom?
It's what started it all.
That's a 16, 15, 14.
Okay,
14
you
total.
walk over to the child, which is currently being held by the cleric while he's attempting to stabilize the wounds. And you just kind of drop down to the floor, cross-legged, just gently rocking backwards and forwards.
I can't tell whether to hug the golem or hug the kid.
I'll tell you, if you hug the kid,
Okay.
if you hug the kid, you
Right?
might actually do more damage.
True.
So sad. That's so sad.
Okay, at this point, combat is officially over. You've got 6 dead thugs on the ground, none of whom are alive. The kid is stable but badly wounded. You've recovered your backpack of holding.
Well, that's something, I guess. I don't know if it was worth what happened.
And you've seen a hooded and robed figure at the other end of this alleyway disappear into the shadows.
Only the shadow knows.
Hitman, thank you very much for joining us. Hope you have a good night, bud.
Thank you.
Hopefully see you tomorrow night when we're on with Plan Sea of Thieves.
Oh, God.
Okay. At this point, as I said, combat
Will do, BJ.
combat is over. What do you want to do?
I mean,
Well,
yeah.
I guess maybe take the kid back to the Temple of Offler, see if we can have him taken care of there.
You want to take him back to Offler, or do you want to take him back to the watch house?
Are you going to let me carry the child?
I will, but you have to decide where you're going to go. You
Sure.
have...
Well, that was mostly for Brian, or the rest of the party specifically.
You have, frankly, obliterated 3 out of 6 rather burly-looking men in an alleyway, not far from the watch house.
My thought is that the rest of the party has seen me like full on rage, frenzy, everything, destroy these henchmen or whatever they were, and now I'm cradling the child, and so I legitimately asking if they would feel like they could trust me carrying the child.
That's kind of going to be up to the party, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
At the moment, you are in contravention of Ankh-Morpork City Statute. You have assaulted and killed several civilians, albeit with good cause.
Yeah.
But technically, you attacked first.
Right. Yeah, because what I'm leading up to is that if you say I cannot carry the child, you're gonna have to fight me. Like, not full on fight, but like there's gonna be a struggle.
Okay, Eric, can I
we're gonna get the rage dude back.
get a wisdom check from your Eric? Blind Eye, I've opened the link. I'll have a look at that a little bit later.
There's a 10, 9, 8 total. 8 total.
8 total.
Yeah.
Whatever fight that's in you is draining away very rapidly. It's up to the party whether you allow the golem to carry the child.
I'm thinking the child would probably be a little safer in my hands.
Okay, so the cleric takes the child.
Yeah.
You return to the Temple of Offla. The priest is frankly, rather disgusted that you're back, but immediately sees that you're carrying a wounded child with you. Without question, he takes the child off you, and he bustles back into one of the rooms behind the main temple, behind the altar. You follow him behind, and you see the priest lay the child down upon a small pallet, just a wooden bed laid on the floor with some padded mattresses on top, and he begins administering first aid, both physical and magical. You notice that the child's colour starts to return to his face, and at that point you are satisfied that the child is not going to die from his wounds. Now, on the other hand, you have assaulted 6 men and killed at least 4 of them. 2 of them are currently unknown. And that's going to get back to the City Watch quite quickly. Do you want to get ahead of that, or do you want to continue on what you were doing?
We should probably get ahead of that.
Yeah.
Okay, if we're doing City Watch...
Talk to Vine again.
I need to change her.
I switched through multiple different ones, okay?
Waylaid.
Oh, he switches hats for this one.
This doesn't work.
That was kind of funny because you almost had a Newfie accent there, Sam. Oh, and he switches hats.
He switches hat there. I know. I can switch.
Okay, are you heading back to the watch house and explaining yourself?
Yep.
Okay, can I get D20 charisma checks from everybody, please? See if you can talk your way out of this situation.
I'm just gonna be I'm gonna be honest, the golem is full on sobbing while calling this information.
Okay.
Charisma. It's a 4 straight up.
So the golem's pretty much out of this entirely.
The golem is just like, I'm so sorry.
Well, I'm not much help either. I got a crappy roll. I got 6 total. So
okay.
I'm stumbling over my words too. It's all up to you, Sam. Did you crit?
No. Didn't roll. I got 17.
17.
Okay,
Am I adding on?
Sam
Okay.
might have saved us.
You
Add your charisma to it.
Oh my god.
What's your charisma? Is it like 0 or is there a plus?
0.
Okay.
0.
okay? Straight
It's
17.
Dex checks.
Okay. You present yourself to the Treacle Mine Road watch house. You make your way past the desk sergeant, who is apparently, you find out his name is Cheery Little Bottom. And you manage to get yourself an audience with Commander Vimes. You explain the situation. The golem is literally in a fetal position in the corner of the room, rocking backwards and forwards. The cleric is tending to the golem, trying to stop him from imploding. Meanwhile, the rogue is explaining what happened. You did... Hang on. I've got to take the hat off because the gravitas is ruined. You did what? Just talking to Sam here.
What do you mean I did what?
6 men dead. A child grievously wounded, and you are operating on my authority? I should have you locked in the tanty right this moment.
And if you do that, then everybody will die because we're trying to fix the dragon, and the only thing that could do that was in my bag, which this freaking kid stole, okay?
Commander Vimes pauses for a moment. Show me what's in the bag that is so important.
I pull out the dragon egg from the bag. I mean the egg. The silver egg.
You pull a carved stone egg out of your bag. It has carved scales in it, but otherwise looks like raw stone.
Mm-hmm.
Commander Vimes takes it from you, turns it in his hands. You could have stolen this off of any city wall in Ankh-Morpork. What makes this special? Because you are one word away from spending the next week imprisoned at my discretion. Before I even levy charges of you releasing a dragon. Let's ignore that for a moment. 6 men dead in an alleyway, a child grievously wounded, and all you have to show for it is a stone egg.
That this ancient dragon gave to me. That we are trying to stop.
This just gets worse, doesn't it? I could lock you up, but you might be telling the truth. And gods know what would happen if you are telling the truth. I could let you go.
Enemies with a dragon.
Dragon friend.
Eric, you're still rocking backwards and forwards in utter shock at this point.
Yeah.
Now, for one point, there was another shape in the background shortly after the situation had finished.
Tell me more about this shape.
I couldn't really get a good glimpse because they were robed and cloaked, but there did appear to be a glint of scale.
Ah. Vimes looks down at his 2 piles of paperwork. The needs to be looked at and I can't be bothered right now piles. He shuffles through some papers and pulls out a document. You can't read what's on this document, but from the gist of his lips moving as he reads, it seems to be a report of something slightly dodgy happening in the city. Slams the paper down on the desk. Right. You have 1 chance, and 1 chance only. These scaled men, these robed and hooded men, have been reported in the city. You will go to the docks and you will investigate. You will not kill. I want to know what's going on because I think something may be happening in the background and they are using you as their tool.
Do you know any more about them?
Be glad you're not in irons, young lady.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to save everybody, okay?
He grabs the pad off of his desk and
Get into character.
Get into character.
He grabs the pad from his desk and scribbles an address down, and hands it to you. This is your last chance. You mess this up, you spend the night in the tanty, and goodness knows what the unmentionables will do to you there. You are a thorn in my side, you are an arrow in my buttock, and you will not be causing this kind of damage in my city. Investigate and report back. You do nothing else. And if you find what I think you will find, maybe I will believe you. Now get out of my office. I've got paperwork to do.
Say bye, bees.
How do you would react to that?
Okay. Commander Vimes has given you an address on the city wharfs down by the dockside near the river. It appears there have been similar sightings of these scaled creatures in that location. You've been instructed to recon, but not engage. Not,
yeah, Mr. Pump.
Not engage.
Do not crush bones of children.
I can't do it.
It's the lockdown weight. We all feel it.
Yeah.
Okay. I think here's probably a good time to stop. Because it's 2:30 for me, which means it's 3:30 for Eric.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it here. We have this has extended significantly, actually, because I was expecting to have had this done by the end of tonight's session. Okay, let me summarize. You have discovered that there are people behind what is going on. These robed and potentially scaled, depending on how good Brian's vision was, could be the mastermind behind what's going on. There have been other reports of this happening in the city, and you are officially acting on behalf of the Watch.
Yeah, because they're officially freaking ticked.
You're officially working on behalf of the Watch to discover what is happening in a warehouse near the River Enk. Your golem is suffering severe PTSD, and you have possibly maimed a child for life.
Oh God, no.
Now, first of all, you've got to explain all this to Dustin next episode.
Yeah.
Where did he even go?
Listen, Brian, I hate to put all of this pressure on you, but I really hope you're taking notes because ours are non-existent.
So, you have as from a game point of view, you have definitely not leveled up.
We've
No.
lost levels.
Come on.
We barely even did anything.
Oh, Mr. P, Bun Buns 2.0.
No. But. No.
Buns 2.0.
It's the giant cuddle and the squish and the blood spurting everywhere. All over again.
I feel like I did some great character work though today.
You did.
No, absolutely. And that Eric, that is being noted. Don't worry.
Okay.
Okay, you have a wharfside warehouse to investigate on the next episode, which hopefully should give you a little bit more information as to what's going on in the background. But I will say that you have finally met your antagonist. That scaled, hooded, cloaked creature is what's been working against you since this game first started. And I've told you all from the very beginning, there are multiple story paths that I've written this adventure for. You can play from your point of view, you can play from the bad guy's point of view, you can play from multiple points of view this game. You've been playing from the good guy's point of view, albeit not particularly good. But
We try.
as antagonists, you have finally discovered... Sorry, as protagonists, you've finally met your antagonist. Cloaked, hooded, possibly scaled-looking creature that has been operating in the background without your knowledge until this point. Now, I would continue, but it's 2:30, and we're already over time here. So I'm going to call it here.
Already starting to get light here.
Yeah, it's getting dawn over there. That's what happens once you get above the 58th parallel, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm only 55 degrees north here. You've got to be at least 58 or 59 degrees north.
Yeah, it's.
You're almost in the Arctic Circle, aren't you?
Yeah, pretty close.
Yeah.
Pretty close.
Say hi to Santa. Yeah. As you squish all of his elves.
No.
Elf.
Oh,
Elf go
God,
squish.
no.
Okay. I'm going to call it there. We're not leveling up yet because, if anything, you've actually gone down a few. You've got a couple of things to do next episode. You have... You've got to investigate this warehouse. You've got to return to Rincewind and find out about your special weapons. And you've got to return to see Janet about your armor. You also still need to inquire at the docks about passage on a ship to the Dragon Islands. And if you can't afford that passage, what alternatives are available to you? There are alternatives. Once you leave Ankh-Morpork, I'll tell you all this now, I formally haven't written the story once you leave Ankh-Morpork, because I need to know where or how you're going to leave the city.
True.
So if you leave by ship, I've got to write that. If you leave by land, I've got to write that. If you leave by other means, I have to write that. So I've got plenty of notes. I've got about 10 pages worth of bullet points, but I haven't formally written the story yet. And each one will have its own little challenges and own little adventures.
I did.
Okay, you want the flask size instead of the bottle?
No, I already drank enough from the bottle, thank you.
Because they already know. They watched me do it the whole fucking time.
Oh, somebody needs
like,
to just put shots up in the
You
chat.
want a glass?
Let's switch this out.
Don't switch it out. No, I've already drank more than that.
You'll probably end up drinking more. So we're gonna
Okay.
give her this.
This was a
I
really
drank that.
nice bottle of gin, and I've already had
He was
way
drinking
too much of it.
gin, and Adam drank.
This was
Other
up
stuff?
to like. This was up to like
And he
here
drank.
at least.
He drank
I'm just drinking
like
coffee.
half of what's there.
Yeah.
This was an interesting session.
You thirsty?
Okay,
I'm
can
not
I just do
thirsty.
this
One
again?
more before I put it away.
Oh yes, that's a beautiful sound. Here, hang on.
Oh, don't
Yeah.
give me
There
that
you go.
much.
Oh, that's a good sound. That's a lovely... Shots,
it's
shots.
That is a beautiful sound.
So I could do that too if I went and grabbed my rum.
Right, okay.
We
One
can all
last
cheers it out.
one last
You're-
shot and we're going to
you're
call
only
it a night.
drinking a liqueur. You're not even drinking.
No, don't make me. No. Oh, I hate peer pressure.
Nightcap. Sam, your bottle has shrunk remarkably.
That's what she said.
It's not even good
What's
anymore.
the rum doing to you, boy?
Ach, wait until you find the Knack McFeagle.
I'm almost out of my Killamon now.
Yeah, Moko.
I had like half a bottle here. Holy shit. Good thing I didn't choose the good stuff.
Oh. We need to dress up more often, don't we?
Yeah, I like how the dress up stream has been the most out of control.
I know.
Sorry guys, you can blame it on the Vespers.
Right.
Right. Okay, we're gonna call it here. What?
I thought that would be a good ending.
No,
Oh my god.
a good ending is when you take a pistol, you flip it round, and then you hand it that way.
You hand it that way.
So, from hand grip...
Yep.
Hang on. From hand grip, spin it forward. You spin it forward and catch it by the barrel,
then you
and
flip it and
you
give
hand it to another...
I see. Okay. That's fantastic. Oh,
That's-
shit.
That's the fancy way to surrender a weapon without damaging your keyboard.
Well, if I was handling a weapon, I just would have shot myself. So let's not practice that IRL.
Oh,
Well,
God.
this is unloaded, so...
Well, this isn't.
Oh, another child has died.
And another one.
Yep.
And another one.
Sam is taking care of the orphan issue in Ankh-Morpork single-handedly.
That is so sad.
And meanwhile, the golem is just walking behind her like, bah, bah.
I know. He's like,
You're almost in zombie mode. Bun,
Yeah, right.
bun, bun, bun.
Oh god. I wish the sessions weren't.
Bun, bun.
I also wish the sessions weren't 2 weeks apart.
Yeah, I think that's really just down to scheduling at the minute.
Yeah.
Just because of
I
work
know.
schedules. So
Well, To
I'm
do
gonna call
like
it
every
here.
week, we'd have to flip the days back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that-
we would.
We're gonna end up doing games on what, Saturdays and Sundays.
I'd honestly be good with Saturdays. That's like my most free day of the week.
Can you not poke the barrel into the side of your head, Sam? Just from a manual of arms point of view, just because it's habit. just I don't care if it's plastic, but just don't point the barrel at the side of your head. That's just bad.
Very true.
That's the shit that's gonna get me demonetized, or frankly banned. Yeah, it's not gonna be the hot tub. It's gonna be you poking
It's gonna be the
yourself
gun.
in the temple with a plastic Beretta.
Okay, we'll shoot upwards. Ta-da! Face.
Is that actually an M9 or just a 92F?
Doesn't look like an M9.
No, that looks like a 92F, doesn't it? Right, everybody in chat, thank you very much. It's a very, very late one, especially for you, Mr. P. Yeah, the hot tub will get me banned, but if I get a Speedo from Silverstrike with her face on it, I will do a hot tub stream.
And it's gonna happen.
We
so,
are
like,
all going to
just know.
regret this, especially me from my future political career.
Especially you. Is your face gonna be down there? No.
Does this mean I have to get a hot tub? I don't know how this works.
No, it'll just be me streaming from what we call a paddling pool. Just one of those little kiddie things
Right.
that are about 6 feet wide, filled
He's, like,
hopefully
doggy
with warm
paddling.
water, because shit shrinks when you get to my age.
Eric, did you get a new camera?
No.
You look way clearer.
It
than
hasn't
usual.
dropped out at
Oh.
all today. That's good.
Yeah.
Probably wipe the lens down.
It's the
Probably
same
wiped all
camera,
the
maybe.
child blood off the lens.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. All the bun fur is gone. Yeah. I will need a pair of budgie smugglers with Sam's face on it, and we will do a hot tub stream. That's gonna be fun.
Oh gosh.
Because the ink's gonna run on all of my notes. Right, thank you very much for joining us, guys. I hope you have enjoyed today. I hope this has kind of earned your subscriptions for those of you that have been, frankly, dumb enough to subscribe to my channel. For fuck's sake, what's wrong with you? But I hope today has at least earned that subscription. I think this has been probably the most bizarre session we have run yet. So we're looking
people are going to be able to tell the difference between our drunk selves and our crazy selves.
I mean,
like for those who don't know us.
Sam, give me a D20.
I don't want a D20. Okay, well, what if I got a 2?
Then they won't tell the difference.
What did you say?
They really won't know the difference.
Oh.
So, we're going to be looking at 2 weeks from now for the next stream.
Goodness.
So, let me get my calendar up. Our next episode...
I got a full-blown 2.
Yeah, our next episode, we're looking at the 4th of June, Friday the 4th of June.
4th of June.
Unless we have a major change in scheduling from either Sam, Eric, Brian, or Dustin, who wasn't here yet. Dustin
that
still
should work
isn't
out
here yet.
way better for me. I will be much less distracted.
Okay. Brian, I think it's your work schedule that really conflicts, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, because like the 1 week I'll work Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then the following week I work like the Wednesday and Thursday.
That week you'll have off. That's 2 weeks from now.
Yeah. So
you'll have that Friday off.
We're pretty much stuck where we are then. So yeah, we'll continue.
I am truly okay to like move around.
Because if we switch, well, kind of sucks. But if we switch Friday and then Thursday and Friday and Thursday, like back and forth like that, that can work into my schedule. But I don't know.
Yeah, I think from a consistency point of view, it's probably best if we stay where we are then. Because if we're constantly flipping backwards and forwards, that's going to not only... Oh, I mean, I'm not talking about my stream. My stream is what it is. But certainly, Sam, that's going to interrupt with what you're doing during the week. So,
my only issue is that it's really hard to do this and deal with kids at the same time. Matt was working tonight and he's not every Friday, right? So, I mean, when I have to like mute and talk to them and stuff like that, like that's just the kind of stuff that we'd have to.
If that's all it is, that's that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me at all.
That's absolutely fine.
Just like a momentary pause.
Because you spend more time.
I think
you spend more time talking to chat than you do talking to your kids.
I love chat. What can I say?
So next stream's going to be 2 weeks from today. So that's going to be Friday the 4th, and we will see what the warehouse in Ankh-Morpork holds. And I can tell you now, I will be reading some extracts from Guards, which is book 5 of the Discworld series.
Yes.
I will be reading some extracts once we get to the warehouse sequence.
Yeah.
There is some serious tie-in not only to our storyline that I've created, but also Pratchett's original work are going to kind of intersect at that point in time. So I'm really looking forward to that moment.
I know you're the DM and everything, but I honestly want to ask you how you're enjoying this entire thing so far. Being our DM, I know we are super frustrating, but like other than that,
it's 3 a.m. I'm slightly drunk and I'm still awake, which should tell you everything you need to know. Because once I start DMing, that's I've spent the whole day reading and prepping and planning out character sheets for this evening, and I am wide awake. I'm slightly drunk, but I'm wide awake. So, yeah.
Oh, that's good then.
As a DM, this is the shit I live for, because when I'm playing those characters, when I'm doing all the silly voices, and once we start rolling dice, then that's what the whole point of the game is that. I just know way more about the story than you do at this point in time.
I mean,
TM for life.
honestly, I am losing so much sleep right now, and I couldn't be happier about it.
Right, dude, you need to go to bed. Seriously, you need to go to bed, and we need to raid somebody. So, T-Roy is currently gaming. He's playing Super Mario Party. So I think a raid on Mr. T-Roy Jenkins is...
Oh, he'll be so happy.
He will, won't he? So, everybody in chat, thank you very much for joining. I hope you've enjoyed this slightly inebriated and somewhat spiffy looking... sorry, I've got to put the hat back on. Somewhat spiffy looking DM's stream today. We're going to raid a friend of ours, which is T-Roy. He's currently playing Super Mario Party, so God knows what's going on there. There's no D20s involved. Thank you very much for joining. We will be back in another 2 weeks. I really genuinely hope I have earned your subscription and earned your follow. And maybe I really need to back off on the gin, because that was really, really good gin.
Sam, how are you able to do this stuff?
What do you mean, how am I able to do this stuff? I haven't drank half as much as you have, bro.
Those last two...
I can prep for a raid.
Those last 2 glasses was just pure gin.
So we do it as a Dragon's Fire raid?
You had pure whatever the fuck you
There's so much scotch. I've had so much scotch.
I thought we were using something else for this.
Yeah, we're hitting up T-Roy Jenkins. So
this is 46.
No, but we were doing a raid before. We were using something else, weren't we?
I don't know what I was using. I thought I was using Dragon's Fire.
I don't have
it was like dungeon something.
I don't have a raid thing set up yet, so
I know. I'm just making one for you, buddy.
So, everybody in chat, thank you very much. Raiders who came in earlier tonight, if you're still here, God help you. But thank you for taking part in this absolutely inebriated shit show that has been my very homebrew D&D 5th edition adventure. Episode 8 in 2 weeks' time. And let's go say hi to T-Roy Jenkins. And
that was lovely.
You just squeeze that in there.
I just squeezed that.
You did just squeeze that in there. It might have cut you off at the end.
You just finished and like the screen went blank. Okay, why is
He's
that?
so excited.
Wow.
How do you feel, Eric?
For some reason. That's weird.
I am so far gone.
So far gone.
I gotta do another show.
Oh,
We need to
that's
go to
what it
bed.
was. We
Holy
liked,
shit.
we liked his stream.
Holy crap.
What was it?
Well, I'm trying to figure. It's like, why is my chat not coming up? It's not typing in, but we liked T-Roy's stream. That's why it wasn't coming up.
It's a combination.
Lagging a lot.
I'm a combination of tired.
Okay, seriously, that's the most people I've had in my stream yet.
Yeah,
that was a lot of people.
Thanks to those two
most
raids.
of the raiders stayed, which was pretty cool.
I'm obviously doing something right then.
We gotta get the Mario Party.
That was a good session. I mean, we didn't get far. Not even close to far.
I went to the restroom earlier, and it was even less nimble than the time before.
Eric, you broke the seal. You broke the seal. That's the problem.
You broke the seal. You screwed yourself, buddy.
I know.
Once you break the seal, you're at the librarian's discretion.
All the games here, so I hope.
We didn't get.
Thank you guys for
that, for those of you that don't know, is a 44 Magnum.
Yeah.
Which is what my dad used to shoot.
Oh, that's awesome. It's a 44 Magnum. It's what his dad used to shoot.
According to Clint Eastwood, that was the most powerful handgun in the world back in the 70s. Not even close now.
Yeah, because he had the revolver.
He did. He had a Smith & Wesson model, an L model. But my dad has a what is it? A Taurus. All I know is it's a Taurus Raging Bull in a 44 Magnum. This is inert, so the prime has been removed. There's no powder in it. I'm not going to put live ammunition on stream. But that is what I think I posted a picture on Discord on Instagram today
Bet we got-
of the
I
trophy
started
that
a
I've made
prediction here.
for our
Dude,
club.
much
Oh, yeah.
love, my man.
And
Yeah, you showed that a while ago.
I did. I just didn't have it in my story. I only had it in my
what?
feed.
All right, here.
But yeah, that's what we're going to be shooting for my dad's trophy. Because
Much love,
my
man.
dad
I
bought
appreciate
this
that, my dude. I
gun purely
appreciate
because he
that.
wanted a
Thank you
cowboy
so
gun.
much here. Thank you so much.
So we've got that as an underlever with an 18-inch barrel and a 9-inch barreled revolver in 44 Magnum.
To predict who's gonna win. Who's gonna win here?
The Glock, on the other hand, is an airsoft. But you
I've
would.
actually handled a real one because my buddy is a police officer in Toronto, and that's the staff issue weapon that they get as a Glock.
I think I've shot a 44 Magnum once.
44 Magnum, you would know about it because you'd probably dislocate your
I
wrist.
hate that I lost.
Brian.
I didn't dislocate my wrist,
Sorry.
but I remember it.
6 shots rapid fire, you'd remember it.
Does carrying
Follow
place
here, Mr.
sound
PDG. I mean, not
like
G.
it makes sense to
Y.
you?
Thank you for that follow
The
here.
place carrying
I
place?
appreciate it, my
Yeah,
friend.
carrying place is just south of where I am.
That's
did
where
the
Matt's
hydration
parents
here,
moved
Matt,
to,
but I'll get
or
another one just
bought
for
bought
you,
the
buddy.
house.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah,
Just
you
across
might
the-
legitimately get to meet Matt and I
Just
before
across the
anybody
road.
else does.
Well, welcome. I'm happy that you guys enjoying your
Yeah,
drunk party. With my
Omar, I
Mario
remember
party here.
that I shot
And
44 because it took me so long to pull the trigger because I was so scared of it.
Yep.
Well,
Alright, who got this?
if
Oh,
you
I lost.
I've
I
just
got-
got
check my
hydrate.
address, Sam,
Oh, I got a
like,
scar. But
if
I'm
you
pretty sure
zoom out of carrying
I'm
place
beginning to regret
and
drinking.
you look at the
I mean,
hospital
we
in
always have
Trenton,
those stages here.
I'm like just south of it.
Hydrate.
Oh, okay, sick. You're so close.
So if you do start drinking, Brian, they're close by. That's good to know.
Ah, Sir John won!
Yeah.
He won
In
the
case you ever need a ride
Mario
home.
party.
Yeah.
Way to go, Sir John.
Oh,
Way
gosh.
to go.
Right. Seriously, that has been the
I'm
most fun
poisoning
stream
questions
yet.
that
That was
But
Yeah, that was
I'm not
it.
entirely sure if I even dare
Holy
rewatching
shit.
that.
GG, Sir